fast. That's what happened. That hasn't happened ever, but basically, that's something that only happens if you click the multi-stream button way too quickly. Because it's like, oh no, I don't know what I'm supposed to hit first. I'm supposed to stream to the main upload first, and then it just freaks out. It tries streaming to YouTube first.
You know, maybe one day you'll figure out this whole streaming thing.
No, never, and I hope I don't. The day I do is the day I become a full-on robot, and not in the, you know, clanky clank kind of way.
Well, we used to have a robot, but we need to replace him because he's been gone forever.
I'm thinking, who?
I'm pretty sure he got booted out of the Discord before you were ever here.
Oh. So he never existed. It's fine.
He existed to me, damn it.
I don't believe you. And there, you have no evidence to back it up, so... Meh. Alright, here we are. We're in the game. We're not in the game, but I'm clicking play right now, so we might as well be in the game.
The game is afoot.
Where did its other foot go?
It got lost in the war.
The first Guild War.
Probably the second, actually.
Wait, so is this not the second?
There were 3 Guild Wars. None of them have happened in this game.
So there's 3 Guild Wars, but this is Guild Wars 2. Is there a Guild Wars 3?
He thinks we're talking about games.
Oh.
Deepest lore.
Yes, the Risk Insurrection of 2017. Where it came out with Risk tearing out the previous FC owner's heart.
Curiously, the previous owner was also her.
Fucking woodland entities. What was it? Oh, right. This was the point where I'm like, oh, I have to just level up again. Alright, fair enough.
Yeah, that's one thing you could do, or you could just forget about the story and keep leveling up.
Yeah, but I like pacing between doing random bullshit and actually progressing with the plot. That's typically how I handle stuff with Ruby. Because I tend to use the time where I'm just doing random bullshit to talk about other bullshit.
That's pretty much how this game is structured. In the first expansion, you'll be able to structure it more officially, I guess, or rigidly, perhaps. But it will get grindy.
Don't worry, Gramp. I'm a pro at grinding. Remember, I'm pretty sure I was the first Risk person to reach max levels for all classes. At least in Dawntrail. I think probably Endwalker as well.
Fuck if I know.
Not like that's an achievement anymore. Fucking hell. My goodness, that lady's jumping around with a gun.
That's a real ass gun.
And there's no magic or anything. It's just a fucking gun. New event nearby. Okay. The new event's gonna just keep walking in my fucking puddles then. I forgot to summon all of my minions. My entire kit gimmick.
Good thing you don't have a GCD to be worried about. Imagine how fucked your rotation would be already.
Me when I play Scholar and every other healer does what I do better. I've seen some serious cope on certain forums about the state of Scholar.
I mean, it is strong.
It's strong.
If that's the contention.
But it's not the best healer.
Depends on your definition of best.
I think that's where the contention lies in the first place. Nobody is very subjective about things anymore. It's easier to make an absolute statement and just be like, yeah, I'm sticking to that. In a way, I kind of respect it, but at the same time, I'm annoyed. Speaking of being annoyed, I'm going to ask you something, and if it sounds familiar to you at all, let me know.
Oh boy.
If you've been browsing Twitter, have you seen anything that has a banner at the bottom that says steak?
Is that EAK or AKE?
AKE.
I have not.
Okay, so certain posts will have a banner that says steak.com at the bottom of it. And
I
it's
assume
an
it's a
advertiser
crypto
for a
thing.
gambling website, I think.
I assume it's a crypto thing.
It's some kind of gambling money scam bullshit. Now, fine, whatever. People get sponsorships from shitty fucking things all the time. If you've ever seen any TF2 YouTuber, you've almost certainly seen that.
Mm-hmm.
I remember the other day I was looking at it, and it was a post. I think it was either on Twitter or on Instagram, because I use both. The likelihood of it being Instagram was probably higher. You're encumbered? Oh.
Your inventory looks a little full there, pal.
Darn it.
You can also drag that window to be larger or smaller and collapse it all into one space instead of dividing it into bags if you prefer.
Oh. Neat. I don't need spears, right? I can just toss that shit. I'm running wizard build.
He doesn't know.
What, that I can just sell it? Or that I should probably take a melee focused build as a secondary?
I was going to imply a spear meta, but I don't know
Oh.
anything about spears.
Oh. I can toss these shoes, it's fine.
Because they're a relatively new development.
Holy fuck. Holy fuck! Wait, those are tiny scales. Iron Dagger, go away. There, good enough. And was it? Oh, right. So the post was... It was, like, something morbid. It was about, a massacre of a family.
Oh, God.
And it was so shameless. The way that they were, like, just... It was, like, one of those really cheaply, quickly made text-to-speech fucking things where they summarize what happened. And at the bottom the whole time, it's like, sign up for steak.com or some bullshit like that. And it was just awful. Like, god damn. People just fucking monetize anything nowadays, won't they? Stares directly at the camera.
You gotta be thinking about your portfolio.
Portfolio, schmortfolio. The only number I think about is my fucking direct bank accounts. And how quickly I'm gonna fucking reduce it to 0 by the end of the month.
Is it that dire, or are you just on a spree?
I'm thinking of buying things that I know I probably shouldn't. It's
Everyone
strange.
has those intrusive thoughts.
I'm still thinking in the poverty mindset of, like, don't fucking spend on anything except the absolute essentials. But my job, at least my promotion, has afforded me enough stability where I can, like, it's okay for me to, like, pay for shit like art.
Watch me slaughter my enemies.
It's odd. Hello, Bolsa the Elder. That's my home to the north. See how they pace about waiting for her to bring their next meal? But it's so hard to hunt now. This place needs so much help. Concentrate, I need to ask you a question. Yeah, she sees you, she hears you. What do you say?
Others need help. Others will try and find too.
The land here is troubled. What can I do to help?
Kill.
The ice brings an illness with it that seeps into the land, into flesh, and into bone. Shatter the ice. Shatter those corrupted by the ice. That is the only cure. Destroy the ice and the ice brood. Got it. Very shorthand for just fucking kill everything. You know how it is.
But yes, I know how the commissions beckon so sweetly.
At the
The
very
picture
least,
you're looking at now, for instance.
yeah, I remember you talking about that. And speaking of, you're next on the chopping block, man.
Funny story about this one, actually. I was so enthused by the artist's style that I didn't bother doing the conversion for the currency.
You just paid in flat number currency. I've done similar stuff.
Well, the website automatically converted the payment, but
you
I
you
didn't.
keep to change them.
Oh, no, I didn't ascertain how much it truly was.
Oh, you misinterpreted how small the number was. Or rather, how big it was.
Essentially, yes.
I would be cool with it.
I don't regret it, but I did do a double take when I saw the charge.
I've commissioned people from, like, several different countries. So, like, I don't know the difference between Brazilian, Japanese, or Polish currency. I'm just like, I see a number, that's what they want, I'll give it to them.
It's all the same.
The only currency I believe in is livelihood and joy.
No, you don't.
At least until it's the end of the month and I have to pay rent. Then currency is very real, at which point I'm just like, oh. I will say, for my part of the rent, I am technically paying for more than what I was at the last place. But the difference, I would say, is in the fact that I still have my own room, but it is its own proper room with its own proper closet with an actual fucking door. And I'm resurrecting this guy. And the kitchen is also a separate area. And the living room is also a separate area. It's not just one enclosed fucking space.
Yeah, I think I might go insane living in a studio.
I did go insane living in a studio.
See, there's precedent.
I must admit, something changed in between me first moving to Vegas and leaving. And I wouldn't necessarily call it a net positive. Holy shit, that goes
As
loud.
my coworker would say, it's called Sin City for a reason.
What, the sin of sloth?
I don't know. She just says shit, man.
That is literally rich coming from, what, fucking Utah, I guess? You know that they funded the creation of Las Vegas, right?
No, I don't.
Las Vegas was a Mormon project.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Before, it was largely co-opted by the Italian mafias in the 20s. The original Las Vegas was created as essentially a rest stop for the people working on silver mines. So early on, there was just like a bunch of like dance and stuff, which is why burlesque is kind of a thing in Vegas.
Okay.
To this day, I'm pretty sure if you check the owners of each casino and the last name isn't blatantly Italian, you can probably link them to one of the founding families of the Mormon Church.
Well, you know, funnily enough, gambling is illegal here.
Yeah, so they just outsource it.
Yeah, everyone just goes to Wyoming and hope you don't see anyone who recognizes you. Or not Wyoming, excuse me. It's fucking Wendover. That's it.
I was like, are you going all the way to fucking Wyoming for that?
I mean, it's like the same distance.
Eh. Where am I going? I'm following the object. Speak to the scout to reveal new. Okay, whatever.
My creature.
It's unreal that I can just explore all of this and it's still shit I have not seen before.
Oh yeah, that's not going away anytime soon.
Now, speaking of things not going away, I should probably click these. Yes, give me money and stuff. Level 26 awards.
Damn, 26 already?
Really?
You're more than a quarter done.
Oh god, I'm encumbered again. I gotta do something about this shit.
Better find a merchant.
Nah, I'll just toss shit. It doesn't matter. I don't need gold, right?
You will need much gold.
Fuck.
The good news is it gets easier to make the longer you play.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I remember 2012 going around all of the max level areas, farming my orichalcum ore every hour.
Okay, fuck it. I'm gonna talk to
That
this
was
guy.
the life.
Deals you won't believe.
Salvage
What?
kit. Oh, that's... Okay, I'm selling...
Well, I don't know if it was the life, but it was a life.
Are trophies just generic junk I can sell?
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, they should automatically get filtered out by pressing the sell junk button.
Ooh! Mighty helpful. That should be enough for now, I think. Okay. I'm gonna double click these items. Oh, look at that. It's just like my gadget games. I can select which stats I want from these fucking boots. Oh, man. I've been thinking about MiHoYo Slop again. Because,
The brain worms.
I know, you don't pay attention to this, and rightfully so, but basically what's happened is that for one of Ruby's gachas, they made an announcement about rebalancing some of the older characters. Which is
No,
not
I saw
something
Ruby
that happens
talking about
terribly
that.
often. I think Ruby mentioned, like, this is unprecedented, but, like, I think Granblue already did that. Or rather, they have an okay way of doing that. They have two methods of rebalancing characters that are on the older side of things. Sometimes they'll outright change the entire, like, moveset so that it meshes well better with the current meta. Like, certain abilities will apply different debuffs to correspond with other debuffs or, like, synergize with them. Or sometimes they'll just say, fuck it, this character now goes up to level 100 instead of 80. And at level 85, 90, 95, and 100, they get different abilities that round out their moveset and either remove their weaknesses or completely change their gimmick altogether. I can't think of any examples of those that have been bad. Otherwise, some of the rebalances have just been like, eh. I think, if I remember correctly, there's a thing where they're legally not allowed to make characters worse.
Yes, the schizophrenia approach to design.
Yeah, I mean, it's... I'm trying to think who had a radically different gimmick before their balances. Before the rebalance. I can't think of any one. I think Kid might be able to tell you if you asked him. I think one
course he
might
could,
be
he's Kid.
the Fox Girl. You know, the
Do
one that they
you
post a
have
lot?
any idea how little that narrows it down?
It's one of the two that always gets posted when they post the con emotes.
I don't know them to begin with, so.
It's the girl with the black hair, with the really really tall ears, and I think she's the one that says.
Oh,
So I heard.
from ZZZ.
The one that looks like that.
Oh, there's another one.
They look remarkably similar, but the one from ZZ is not the one from GBF. The one from GBF has a fucking country accent.
I thought the ZZZ one was the one that was being posted. Oh, shows what I know.
There might be they look very similar. They have the same hairstyle more or less and the same like hair color. But personality-wise, as far as I could tell, they could not be more different. Oh, I should probably read these stats. Wait, are these the same fucking items?
Could be. It's very possible.
Oh dear God, they are.
If you were on a full account, this is where I would tell you to just select them and sell them on the trading post.
Oh.
But being as you are, just select them and sell them to a merchant.
Yeah. Very exciting. Let me ask you a question, since you're quite experienced with these two. Is it easier to manage an inventory in Guild Wars 2 or Final Fantasy 14?
The reasons you would keep an inventory in both games are very different. Final Fantasy has much more bloat that you may or may not want to keep. For instance, if you're a crafter, it's much easier to amass a massive amount of just shit in Final Fantasy. In this game, you have the materials tab in your bank, so you don't really need to worry about that in most cases. But you do acquire a lot of extraneous bullshit for like side quests and collections and just niche functionality.
Am I crazy, or am I not seeing the fucking things, the boots that I just got to sell?
Sometimes they don't show up for sale, so you might just need to destroy them.
Useless.
But day to day, no, that's even more complicated, because day to day in Final Fantasy, you don't get anything because they removed all the drops from dungeon enemies. But
I still don't know if that's a net positive or not. I'm very mixed about that, because dungeons, you just get gear, which you can desynthesize, I guess, and materia.
yeah.
Which materia will always be useful, but it's materia. It's not particularly exciting. You can't craft it into glamours or anything like that.
Okay, I'll put it this way. With materials that drop for you from enemies, items and materials, it is 100% always clear-cut, straightforward what you want to do with them in Guild Wars 2. In Final Fantasy, you may be incentivized to check its the things you could use it for beforehand.
Huh. Look at all these trinkets I just got that I'm probably just gonna sell anyway. Icy Strongbox. Strong Softwood Torch of Ogre Slaying. I love it when my weapons have exceedingly long names like that.
Yeah, that's a lot of qualifiers and adjectives.
Man, look at the stats and it's just worse. Homespun Garb. What are the odds this is any good? Nope, it's worse than what I currently have. I'm probably just gonna end up tossing these. These seem like they're very generic sets. These are like when you get those coffers in 14, and
Pretty much.
and sometimes they're okay, sometimes they're already lower eye level than what you currently are. So.
Well, you better get used to it, because coffers are the lifeblood of this game.
Oh dear God. Oh, crafting materials. Oh. Okay, deposit all materials and then come back.
Coffers and chests and loot chests and other chests and just a whole bunch of fucking chests.
Matryoshka doll chests. If you ever decide to buy the expansions, what elite specialization would you go? Oh, I don't even know what the elite specializations are. If I remember correctly, you mentioned there was a gun one. I would probably go the gun one. This could be very funny. I haven't put enough thought into this game to really consider what I would care for stat-wise specifically.
Because you like to do things in order, I would expect you to just perform with the specializations from each expansion as you go through them. That's what I would expect from you.
Huh.
That's not necessarily a recommendation, but I think that's in character.
What I did in the past with 14 is that I was very vanilla. My first account, my Harbinger is the gun one. I see. The first character I had when I was playing on the console was an archer, which eventually became a bard, but whatever. Then the second character, the one I usually play with you guys. Actually, no, that was my second character. That was my third character that I played with you guys with. Second character was Paladin, and then became Dark Knight for Heavensward. Then I decided to make a third character to play with you guys. That's the one you recognize, the one that looks like Nero. And that one was Paladin into Dark Knight for most of the game. Up until we were doing Eden, I think? Either like towards the end of Eden or when we were first doing Pandemonium, I had switched to playing Machinist.
Well, in Eden's Promise, you were a Dark Knight.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, so I think I switched to Machinist for Endwalker. Or rather, I had been doing it by the time we were done with Eden and we were just like doing other random bullshit. Because I remember playing Machinist a lot when I was doing the extreme farming with my bro. Mostly because I was like, what the fuck? Why is Diamond Weapon Extreme so fucking easy compared to the last two? You know, except for the part where people didn't know how to count.
Well, counting is way easier. Counting is way easier than trying to get people to do fucking anything in Emerald.
Emerald was fun because that shit was fucking like bonkers. Ruby's first half was fun, and then the second half was just like, oh, okay.
Yeah, then it's just the Gunner raid.
The Gunner raid? You know, I never interpreted it as cum. I interpreted it as like fucking seagull shit.
Oh no, that's not what I mean at all. But people, they like the goopy lady.
No, but you know what I'm saying? Like, because I interpreted her as being covered in bird shit, I never found it erotic. I was just like, ew.
Well, it's certainly one way to inure yourself.
Reminds me when I was in high school. I think it was either high school or late middle school because it was a person I was friends with since middle school. We were coming back from a beach because we were on a field trip. I think it was that, or we were just hanging out. Pretty sure it was a field trip though.
You got field trips to the beach? I got a field trip to a landfill.
It was a field trip to a city near a beach. No, I think we were just hanging out. On the way back, we were all going back to the car or bus. I swear I'm trying to remember whether or not it was a school trip or not. I'm sorry. My memories are fucking terrible for reasons I've already explained. But I do remember I turned back after I heard like a light little scream. And then I looked back at her, and her fucking face, all the way from her forehead down her chin onto a bit of her chest, bird shit streaked straight down.
Oh no, man.
I was just like, oh fuck. Nah, it's enough empty space. Let's get back to grinding shit. I felt so bad for her. Because, like, they kind of sort of wiped it off, but she kind of had to, like, just stay with that on her face the whole trip back.
Yeah, like, even if you wipe it off...
It's like, that's not going away
got,
until a shower.
Yeah, you got bird shit face.
It's actually gross, because, like, when birds shit, it's like both their solid and liquid shit at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
It's their poop and their piss, as it were. Verta says, when I first started playing Guild Wars 2, I researched every little thing I couldn't go in blind. I used a cheap core build using the wiki, and I quickly started working towards an elite specialization. You're definitely a min-maxer. It's not necessary to do, but I couldn't imagine going in blind. Well, good news. You don't have to imagine it now. You're experiencing it secondhand.
Well, the fun part of starting at launch was that everyone was blind, and no one knew what the fuck was going on.
For me, I derive joy in not knowing things. I think knowing everything is a special kind of miserable.
I agree. Well, not always, but in game types where you're obligated to continue playing, such as MMOs, that is definitely true.
Like, I made a promise to myself that I was never going to download any fucking parsing software. Because that shit just leads to fucking misery. Like, yeah, you find out why you're screwing up. You find out why your raid isn't failing, but look what happens when you find out and single out the one person who's fucking up.
Yeah, it's absolutely wild in this game. Doing map events with like 150 people at the same time. And then you have your parser open and only like 8 people are doing damage.
Ugh.
So yeah, if you need parsing, I can provide you feedback. You don't need to inflict that level of damage on yourself.
Yeah, I would never.
Because somehow, players in Guild Wars 2... Well, it's because this game has a skill ceiling, right? In Final Fantasy, most people can just do their 1, 2, 3 and do like a third of their total capacity for damage.
Mm-hmm.
But rotations in Guild Wars 2 are more complex, so nobody does damage. The average person in this game doesn't do shit.
Yeah, it kind of feels that way. This game is definitely not as, what's the word? Dopamine hitting as 14?
It'll get there. You're in the low levels and like just in the open world.
Yeah, but I mean, like, just from like a UI standpoint, like when you land a critical hit, you don't get that big, nice, like accentuated number saying, "Ooh, 526 damage," when you would normally do like 300 or some shit, right?
You do get more of that as you level up and get better gear, because gear stats are extremely important in this game. Not like Final Fantasy where you just have crit and you don't even notice the difference. Like, you live and die by your stats in this game.
Yeah, I guess the point I'm saying is that, like, immediately from a visual standpoint, you don't, like, click the Mirada button and see the giant fucking 6-digit number.
You'll get there, I promise you. Incidentally, the first elite specialization for Necromancer is good for that.
Yes,
Yeah.
big hit number guy.
Yeah, Reaper does big damage, or at least it did. I don't remember if the balance has changed at all.
I thought I pulled out my fucking scythe to chop down the tree.
Close enough.
Welcome back, Endwalker. I do appreciate that in the background of the Reaper quest, they tell you, yeah, this art started off as farmers just losing their shit and attacking things.
Aren't you tired of being productive? Don't you just want to go ape shit?
Me when I commune with the fucking spirits of the damned. So, Gramp, what are the odds we eventually go back to the first? That's the Void, right? The first? Or is that the 13th?
The Void is the 13th.
Okay, my bad. I was like, wait a second. That sounds like that sounds like Shadowbringers.
Yeah, I was having difficulty imagining it when you said the first. The 13th is all but inevitable.
I can't wait for Final Fantasy 14 9.0. Oh, you know what would be the worst case scenario? If that was 8.0.
I don't think we can conceive of the worst case scenario anymore. I think it's beyond us.
Okay, fine. But that would be a pretty nightmarish scenario for me anyway, because think of how fucking disjointed that would be, like immediately snapping your neck. I guess it would sort of make sense because you kind of just finished the Void series like right before Wuklumat shows up. So I guess it wouldn't be the worst thing if you immediately snap back to doing that. But that it feels like something that you need to put that shit to rest for a bit.
I'm actually still like, this is a very niche thing to be indignant about with regards to Dawn Trail, just because there's so much. But I was actually like devastated going through like the Alexandria shit and realizing, oh, all of this plot about shards and interdimensional travel, it was all just to give this precedent. Okay, so we just wasted like a year and a half of our time just to get here.
I love that Shadowbringers got relegated to a fucking plot device.
How long do we make it this time? 37 minutes. Okay.
It's inevitable because like my compass for MMOs is 14. Like,
yeah.
Do you want me to compare it to my like 5 minutes of playing Wizard 101 when I was 10? I'm not Star.
But you could be.
Nah, I met Star in person once, and I'm like, oh, yeah, that's Star. I don't know how to describe it, like, you know, like, have you ever met someone you know mostly online in person, and you're like, huh, this is exactly the kind of person I pictured him to be. That was me with Star.
I've been getting that experience with all of you since I turned on the microphone. Yep, that's Grandpa. So I imagine meeting in person wouldn't be too different at this point.
I'll keep this between you and me and whoever's watching on the stream right now, but I've always imagined Aya would sound incredibly monotone and maybe have a slight country accent.
I don't know. I haven't really imagined... I guess she's the only one that hasn't talked. I haven't really imagined her voice at all. I was going to say I haven't imagined anybody, but I have concrete examples of the rest of you.
Yeah, I think the comparison is kind of unavoidable with me in particular. Wait, I just went to a different zone. I'm stupid. Oops. Challenge the minions of Jormag the Ice Dragon. Why not? We'll just do a bunch of random objectives. We're just going to keep walking at random and run into shit and eventually just level up from wandering around. That's the way to do it. Yeah, man.
That's the game right there.
I kind of appreciate that a whole lot. And I can kind of see where this game would be influenced by something like Elder Scrolls. Because Morrowind, at the very least, did not give a single shit what order you did anything in.
Yeah.
I kind of appreciate that too, because when a game kind of relies on me to look at objectives, I tend to ignore them. Not on purpose, just like I sometimes forget that it's even there, you know? That used to happen with me with Deus Ex on my first time playing Thief. It's not something you want to do. And I'm just now remembering that I want to play the other Thief games, but...
I don't know if you do.
No, Thief 2's fine.
Oh, Thief 2, yeah.
Considered pretty good, actually.
The ones after that aren't too popular.
I wouldn't mind Deadly Shadows. I hear Deadly Shadows is limited by the constraints of being on a console. Though there is a patch for it. I'm kind of ambivalent about the idea of using a patch in my first playthrough, though. But incidentally, I already own all of them anyway, so... no refunds at this point. And yeah, Gramp, that means the other one too.
Well, I guess you gotta round out the collection.
Was that last one because of Square?
I don't know.
I might be confusing that with Deus Ex, where Human Revolution and Mankind Divided are both Square joints. Which is weird to think that fucking John Final Fantasy and John Deus Ex belong to the same company.
Well, if they keep leaning into crypto and AI, they might not belong to the same company much longer.
I can't remember what Aya reacted like when she heard about the Parasite Eve thing that turned out to just be a crypto project.
I wouldn't remind her of it, honestly. But I was more alluding to how they sold off a bunch of IPs. Just to get the liquid capital to invest in those techs.
Yeah. That does remind me, I think Final Fantasy 16 didn't do so hot.
Nothing does hot by big publisher standards. Nothing has for the last 15 years. Except Elden Ring, I guess.
I guess the reason I find it notable is that, one, it's a... Well... I was gonna say, it's a big Final Fantasy title. Usually those do pretty well, but then I remember 15 and I was just like, oh, right, that... People didn't really like that one either.
People didn't like the Broad trip?
If I remember correctly, the main criticism of it is that it's very fucking disjointed and, like, nothing fucking happens for a while. And then, like, everything happens at the very end.
Yeah, that's a 2010s RPG right there.
I think Final Fantasy 15 had it especially bad because it was originally tied to Final Fantasy 13.
Really?
Yeah, it was originally Final Fantasy Versus 13.
I would not have expected that.
Oh yeah, if you go back all the way, like, almost a decade before it released, I think, you could see trailers of Final Fantasy 15 being something radically different. It kind of implied it took place in a city not too dissimilar to, like, Shibuya, I think? And it was, like, about, like, gangs or something like that. It was restricting, and Tetsuya Nomura was the director. You know who Nomura is, right?
I've heard the name.
Final Fantasy VII. He directed... Actually, I think he directed 7 through 10, right? Dom, can you back me on this?
I don't know. Shit, man.
He designed Gaia.
You gotta get Kid or Zan in here for that.
Nomura is most famously in charge of Kingdom Hearts.
Oh, that's why I know the name.
And boy, does it show for Kingdom Hearts 3! I'm not sure if you've played Kingdom Hearts 3. I don't think you have. But
I have never done a Kingdom Heart.
Kingdom Hearts 3 is notable in that it introduces Pixar worlds instead of just outright Disney properties, because Pixar and Disney are technically like separate entities. So Kingdom Hearts 3 introduces the Toy Story world. He was involved in 7, but he did the character designs for 7 through 10, but wasn't involved much otherwise. Okay, yeah, my bad. I was getting confused. But yeah.
Thanks, Dom.
Kingdom Hearts 3, Toy Story world. Nomura uses that as a vehicle to introduce the world of not Final Fantasy Versus 13, where it's basically all but the original concept introduced as a toy line. And at first it's a neat, cute little reference. But then the DLC for KH3 came out. And then it was all real. It was a parallel world that Sora can now visit and is apparently stuck for just in time for the events of Kingdom Hearts 4. And also some characters from the previous Kingdom Hearts games are actually from there and not anywhere that was previously introduced in a Kingdom Hearts game. And then he becomes the super boss of that fucking DLC. And he's voiced by one of the Sprouse twins from Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. And
Well, that's a surprise.
it's just one of those things. I've told you before, but I don't think Kingdom Hearts is a particularly convoluted story. It's just, it kind of sounds insane without context. Dylan did a fire job with his voice lines, though. So I heard. No, but, people joked that it was like, it was Tetsuya Nomura's attempt at salvaging Final Fantasy 15. Or rather, his original vision for Final Fantasy Versus 13. Why, now, the reason it was even called that in the first place is because Final Fantasy 13, I don't think you know this, was this giant multimedia project. You know how Halo has all those books and even has, like, animated movies?
I sure do.
13 was like that. It was part of this thing called the Fabula Nova Crystallis or some shit like that. And the idea was, it was a shared mythology involving a bunch of shit that is only superficially explored in Final Fantasy 13 itself. Like, it would give you just the basics of, like, there's what are called Fal'Cie and l'Cie. Fal'Cie are essentially the primals of that world, and l'Cie are essentially a step removed from being tempered, where what will happen is that the Fal'Cie will give humans a designated purpose, which turns them into l'Cie, which allows them to cast magic and shit. And if they don't accomplish that purpose within a given time frame, they'll be turned into something called a Seath, which is essentially like a husk, a living dead, and so on. Or they accomplish their purpose and they become a crystal.
Just like a crystal?
They become a crystallized statue of themselves.
Kind of feels like the reward is immaterial either way.
It's either suffer for eternity as a shambling corpse, or exist in eternal stagnation. You looking for a job? Because I got one for you. Maybe. What's the job? I'm trying to rustle up some of these doyaks for my ranch. Why? I'm from Bavarian Estate, just down the road there. We raise fine cattle, we want to expand our stock. So you chose doyaks? You ever smoked doyak beef? It's good stuff. Much more exotic than regular cow beef. But you're gonna eat these guys? Of course not. Not yet, anyway. First, we have to raise them up to be real big and happy. As long as they're happy, it's the cycle of life, I guess. Spoken by a true necromancer.
No, a necromancer would never care about happiness.
Yeah, you're right. Interact with the Dolyak calf to capture it.
Oh, you're back in Wayfarers.
Yeah, I accidentally walked this way. Should I be going to the other region?
That's up to you.
Yeah, honestly, I should. I should. I should be dallying around in here.
There's never a bad time or place to explore.
Yeah, but I kind of want to stay in my level range, you know?
Well, sooner or later, that's not going to be an option anymore.
Sooner or later, I'm going to be forced to be outside my comfort zone?
I was more suggesting that
I'll be too overload?
you're going to outlevel
Hmm.
the rest of the content before you finish all of it.
In that case, all the better to engage content at levels that are comparable to mine. Now we're gonna go this way. We're gonna go get fucking murdered in whatever this region is, the Gandharan Fields. Gandharan Fields?
Yeah, you might be, actually.
Yeah, Dom says, add in the existential horror that eventually you will no longer be a crystal and Fausti can then assign you a new purpose. Oh yeah, that's the premise of 13.
Oh, so you're just, like, a mercenary that can no longer refuse.
2 of the party members in FF13 had already previously achieved their goal. Which, do you care about spoilers at all?
For 13, no.
Their original purpose was to destroy the location known as Cocoon. Because in the setting of 13, there's essentially a mainland planet comparable to Earth called Pulse, and an artificial satellite moon called Cocoon. The original purpose given to 2 of the characters, Fang and Vanille, in 13, was to destroy Cocoon. And they succeeded. And turned it to crystal. But by the events of 13, they're both taken out of their crystals because they're given a new purpose.
Man, imagine being ontologically predisposed to terrorism.
And the worst part is, you later find out the reason why the Falsi even keep doing this shit. It's because they essentially use the Lycia as proxies. Because Falsi cannot, like, act against certain rules that were previously written into them by a creator deity.
You may want to test your metal at Volim's arena before you travel any further.
And
You
yet,
get challengers. You may even
it
get
somehow
to
did
fight
not
something
account
you've
for
never
being
seen
able
before.
to assign
Go ahead.
Lycia's
Give the locals
purposes
something to cheer
that
about.
would be able to subvert those rules imposed upon them.
I guess they were just trying to bank on the honor system.
Now, in some ways, I kind of sympathize because there's some Falsies, particularly Carbuncle, whose purpose is to make
AKA
food.
Superior Ruby.
Oh, the Carbuncle 13 is not a fucking ruby. It is a... it's just like a crystal with 2 faces on either side of it.
I mean, I figured it'd be different. It's usually... things are usually different, but...
No, actually, 13 is
in
the exception.
14.
Typically, in 14, or not in 14, but in the Final Fantasy franchise, they're typically the little carbuncles that you see. Sometimes they'll look a little freakier, like, you know, like the Pandemonium carbuncle. A little bit like that sometimes. But for the most part, they're the cute little reflect critters.
But
Interested
I was
in
just...
helping the Lion God?
Tasked with keeping sorry, I'm stuttering.
Trunks
In
Haven
14, we called Kid's Carbuncle when he played Summoner Superior Ruby.
Head down
Hey, I
there
remember that.
and See what they need help with.
God, do you remember when Alphino's idea of an upgrade was, I have a different colored carbuncle now?
Yeah, and then I didn't do anything. Like, it caught an arrow one time.
This character development was saying, fuck it, I'll just play Sage. Hello, you come to the Battle Pit, I see. It's truly a legendary place. Volim is one of the fiercest competitors in all of Tyria. Who's that? Volim is the arena champion. He and his wife manage the arena. They allow me to train here in exchange for assuming the role of caretaker. One day, I'll be the Hokage. How can I help you? Any assistance would be appreciated. I helped Kiers and Volum train with the beasts, but there are too many now for me to handle alone. Train the beasts? I haven't had time to train with many of the beasts today, and they get restless pretty quickly. Just go up to the cage and challenge one. Be careful, some are tougher than others. Sounds like fun. I get to kill cattle.
Train, parentheses, beat the shit out of.
Oh, they're getting lively. I can already hear them outside. Alright, do I just, like, interact with this one?
Probably. I don't know.
Train
It's been a long time since I've done this hard in particular.
A cacophony of growls and snarls come from behind the gates, and the scent of blood is heavy in the air. Are you ready for the challenge? I accept my fate. Hold on, I gotta summon my Pokemon. Alright, it's showtime. Oh, I will face the plated behemoth. Hey, wait a second! Oh, never mind, it's fine. Oh, wait, you're forced to stand in my ship pit. You have nowhere else to go.
You know, I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's the only place you even see this animal.
Well, I guess we're about to make them go extinct.
Wouldn't be the first time.
God, do people even fight the behemoth? Oh, it warped me out of the door. That's cool.
No, I never fought that.
For your safety, only one beast may be challenged at a time. There's no honor in entering a fight. You have no hope of winning. Alright. I will face the warg. Are you sure that's not a werewolf?
Yeah, it's definitely not a werewolf.
No, thank goodness. Think of the ethical implications of killing a werewolf. Me, necromancer, thinking of ethics.
Well, there's a first time for everything.
Holy shit! Hi,
Holy
Jinx
shit.
and all 66 raiders! What's going on?
Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit.
What's good? Where are you playing tonight, Jinx? How's it going? It's going good. We were just talking about MMOs. If you're curious, I'm Wild. Hello. You may have met me by now. And this person on my chest is Gramp. Say hi, Gramp. Hi, thanks for the follow, Autismo Benis. I actually know who that is, but yes, thanks for the follow.
I feel like it cultivates a certain image when you introduce people as being on your chest.
Yeah. It's because you're close to my heart, Gramp.
I'm just saying, I ain't gonna be no Harry Mason for you.
I mean, you were literally pinned to his chest in a position of honor. Yeah, you're like my war medal. Except you're, like, privy to my crimes that I'm committing as a necromancer. I am perverting nature for my own benefit. But yeah, I'm trying out Guild Wars 2 for the first time. This is the second MMO I've ever really committed to playing. With the first being Final Fantasy XIV, so you know, every time I see something from an MMO, I go like, huh, this reminds me of Final Fantasy XIV, like a total damn goober.
Like a Persona fan,
Like a Persona.
hearing a jazz song for the first time.
Yeah, same, Lamau. Wait, what were you playing? You're not a Guild Wars 2 player, are you? I don't think I've ever seen you stream that. Psychic damage? Oh, with 14. Oh, yeah. Man, thinking about 14 bums me out. Well, you know what, Jinx? I would consider resubscribing to 14 if you wanted to do some kind of co-op thing with me in that. If you wanted to do Palace of the Dead shenanigans, I would play 14 with you.
MSQ full reprog.
No. Oh, yeah, baby. I just get to do all of the 14 story all over again. Actually, that might not be the worst idea, if only for seeing what A Realm Reborn is like now.
I've actually been meaning to do that. I feel like I need a refresher on everything before Shadowbringers.
Full MSQ prog and RP. Forum party roleplay words. Like, if you can gather up enough people in your community to queue up for that stuff, I'm totally down for it. Although I must admit, I've never been one for RPing. Up until last year, I hadn't even played a tabletop RPG. And even then, the character I roleplayed as in the Spire session... Wait, what? Oh, I'm still... I didn't kill it. I was like... Guy
Like,
completely clueless. Yeah, I
you
won.
are the beast now.
No, so my character in the Spire session was just big sword McHuge guy who got drunk and went into a mindless rage at the slightest provocation.
I don't get it. Is that not just you?
I don't need to get drunk. Wait, what? I will face the troll, I guess. It didn't let me out. It just prompted me to do the dialogue again.
Pressure.
You would never stay committed to an RPTVH? I remember a few years ago, I had a friend who invited me to a Super Robot Wars role-playing session. Like, tabletop thing, sort of. I don't remember what exactly it was, but I do remember, like, they wanted me to try making a spec according to a super robot and a real robot. Gramp, are you familiar with those terms? Or I guess I should ask chat in general now that all 60 of you or whatever are here.
Hell no.
You don't know what the difference between a super robot and a real robot is. Fair enough. I guess, at an entirely superficial level, I would say a real robot is basically what you would expect from, like, a Gundam. And then a super robot is your Gurren Lagans. Does that paint a clear enough idea for you?
Okay, so you're going absolutely apeshit when you're in a super robot.
Yes. Super robots are those, like, comedically bullshit robot have, like, no grounding in any sort of reality. They're typically made out of some, like, invincible material that is super rare and usually typically exclusive to that one robot or sometimes the allies robots or something like that. And they usually have some kind of unique, like, gimmick or function mechanic. Whereas with the Gundam, it's like, you'll have the original Gundam, which functioned a little more like a super robot in its time. But as the genre and the series became more established in its identity, it came to mean more like Gundams being more equivalent to, like, tanks and development in military weaponry.
Okay.
Where, like, yeah, you'll have some extremely advanced and possibly overpowered pieces of tech at your disposal, but they're just weapons, same as any other, that are used by fallible people who can make mistakes, even with all the advanced tech in the world.
It's arguably easier to make mistakes with advanced tech.
The concept of Gundam being as ubiquitous as a main battle tank is a little frightening. And that's, like, they're not super common, even by, like, late Universal Century. Like, yes, Gundams are still typically super weapons in all the settings that they are part of. I would say even including G Gundam, even though G Gundam is, like, the exception to the rule. I'm sorry, Grant, but I'm exposing you to more mecha than I bet you were expecting at the beginning of the day.
At this point, I expect everything except the game.
Hey, to be fair, I am killing things in the game.
The game will progress, we just won't talk about it.
Well, I mean, I'm killing arena monsters. What do you want? You want me to talk about the lore of training animals?
Yeah, we'll talk about the historicity of animal combat.
What was I gonna say? So yeah, the Gundam as a franchise is typically consistent about the definition of what it is, except in the case of G Gundam, because the premise of G Gundam is absolutely insane. It's what if we settled geopolitics via blood matches in the form of pitting giant robots against one another?
Okay, so it's what Twitter wants, but potentially not lethal.
Wow, how topical. I mean, you say not lethal. You're not supposed to kill someone per the rules of the Gundam fight, but
It usually in these, I'm
accidents
just
happen.
assuming. I haven't seen this. I'm just assuming. But usually in these scenarios in anime, there's usually a stipulation that, like, you know, accidents happen.
No, actually, the rules of the Gundam fight are pretty strict about what's allowed, and I think, if I remember correctly, if you kill someone, that shit is like borderline illegal unless that person tried to kill you first and you have proof. And now the reason I think G Gundam is the exception is that, like, they don't, some of them use like guns and stuff, as you might expect, but most of the time they use either comedically goofy ass weapons or they just straight up fight you with their bare fists and have like secret techniques associated with them. Like, the God Gundam signature technique is that he makes his fingers shine and like punches the shit out of you one time until you explode. Which is a bit uncharacteristic for what a typical Gundam operates like.
Yeah, who put the Five Finger Death Punch in Gundam? And also how?
I think, so like, most Gundams across the different timelines, because there's, you like the Death Punch. I love the Death Punch. God Gundam is one of my top 5 Gundams. I would say I'm very biased towards F91, New Gundam, Turn A, Zeta, and then God Gundam.
You call obliterating someone with a giant robot a martial art, Dom?
Hey, as long as it works. Help Lion Guard Rin drive the dredge away from Junction Haven. Yeah, sure, I know where that event is. So, if it gets the job done, I mean, lol. Hey, my Super Robot Wars team basically consists of how efficiently can I kill everything on the map in a single turn. And this is a skill I learned very early on because fool that I am, I played some of the older Super Robot Wars games first. Oh god, my inventory's full again. And the thing about early Super Robot Wars games is that, much like other Banpresto jank that I've streamed before in the past year, you guys know, they're horrific. They're horrifically balanced. And typically, the strongest units in those games are units that have these attacks called map attacks. Now, the way those attacks work is that they'll target the map itself, rather than any one particular unit. And any unit that is located in their map attack field, which will typically be a certain amount of grid spaces, either directly in front of them or around them in a radius, they all get hit by that one attack. And those attacks can be enhanced by buffs. So it can get really fun stacking abilities that double your damage, guarantee a crit hit, and double the experience and money you gain from killing things. Also, ow, what the fuck?
Classic, use your AoE forehead.
Pressure.
Those were considered precious attacks in the early Super Robot Wars games because those were saved for not emergencies, but like they were what made those units valuable typically, or they were already attached to units that were very valuable. So the former example would be this unit from Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam called the Hyakushiki, which was this gold robot that has this attack called the High Mega Cannon. And that attack, at least in the games that I've played, has a range of 1 to 10 spaces in front of you and had a width of 3. So they would cover, I think, 29 map units. So you could theoretically hit up to 29 targets. Other than that, it was a pretty mediocre unit, but it was insanely valuable just for having that one attack, even if it is a very costly attack to use. And the other unit was called the Psybuster, which was a unique robot that was created for that franchise.
Man, don't know what's more dense.
What did that one do?
Or Etton's thinking they can use
That one,
explosives.
that unit does everything. Sorry, I was about to talk to this NPC. I was distracted. I thought he was dead or something. No, so the
They usually
Psybuster
are.
does everything. It is an incredibly fast unit that can transform into a more mobile and evasive unit called the Cybird. It can attack after it moves, which at the time wasn't considered the norm, and has an attack called the Psyflash, which has a radius of 8. Meaning it could target up to 63 units or something like that.
63?
When I say radius, I mean it's a full-on circle of 8 spaces around the unit.
There. At least the path is
So I
This
imagine
mission wasn't a
there are strategies revolving around just getting that guy in the middle of everybody and then hitting the nuke button.
Yes. What made him particularly valuable is that, I didn't mention this, but there's a caveat to most, I'll say most, map weapons, in that because they are so powerful by virtue of targeting spaces rather than units, it means they are prone to friendly fire. Psybuster is not. Psybuster's map attack will distinguish between friend and foe.
Oh.
So you could just park him in the middle of like a giant war zone and just over and over. And eventually, the Psybuster's pilot will learn an ability that lets him attack twice per turn. So you could use him to just outright delete a map, or wear down the entire map fast enough for you to finish everything else off. Like, say, for example, you have an under-leveled unit. Because the Super Robot Wars games have scaling experience points, if you have a low-level unit finish off a high-level unit, they'll gain, like, a shit ton of experience points. And it is infinitely useful. The Psybuster is just a useful unit in general because it does everything. It does AoE, like I just described. It also has very powerful single-target attacks, so it's good for taking on bosses. It's highly evasive, so you can like park it in the middle of the enemy stronghold and just have it just sit there, like piddling at shit. Because as I mentioned, it's very fast. So at the start of a level, you can just have it fly to the other side of the map and just be like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna sit here and like keep shooting at things as they try to approach the rest of my team." It's great. And my favorite part is that the pilot's an absolute asshole. He has no manners. He's just a dick. Oh, and he has a propensity to get lost. Because his unit's so fast, he doesn't always know where he's going, so he'll just end up in places. And I think they added that as a running gag to the point where he just shows up in different games that he's not supposed to be in because they take place in different universes.
Yeah.
And his explanation will always be, "Where the fuck am I?" It's
That's a
great.
funny gag.
They first... I'll get back to that. Junction Aviator
Actually,
hasn't had it easy lately.
There is a similar gag in this game, but only if you play a human. So that ship has sailed.
Aw. Wait, I'm not human? Oh,
No,
right.
you're
I'm
a
one of the
Norn.
big boys. That's right. Sometimes I forget I'm not just a super swole regular dude. That explains a
Of course
lot.
you're. Of course you're not regular. You're Wide Wesson.
That's right. I'm wide, boys. And these shoulder pads aren't helping with that. I look like the goddamn Green Ranger. What do you
Purple
want me to
green?
do? Purple, green? Close enough. Our caravans were raided and we could use someone to gather the food sacks that were scattered around. You won't be able to fight while holding the sacks, but the frost traps will help.
Can't fight while holding snacks, man.
Do not interrupt me while I'm eating beef jerky, bro. Raided by what? Etons and cave trolls. Understood. I'm gonna go exterminate them. Oh, level 28. This is over my level. I see. Well, I can't attack them while holding a frost trap, but, no one ever said anything about throwing down pits of AoE damage.
Refreshing.
Oops, I tripped. Oops, I'm afflicted with poison? What the hell is this? Or is that me standing in my own trap? I wouldn't put it past me at this point.
No, you can't stand in your own.
Oh, thank
There
God.
is
I'm
no
just being
self.
interrupted.
There is no self or friendly fire.
Thank God. I think if games enable those kinds of features, I'm more likely to kill myself than do anything else. I'm gonna walk over back to the NPC and be like, "Yo, dog, what's in here?" And he'd be like, "Doritos." Do you think this world would be more peaceful if there were more Doritos to go around?
Well, it's funny you say that. So in this game, there's a function called Commander. Essentially, a player can designate themselves as a de facto leader for any given task in the overworld.
Mm-hmm.
People call the Commander tag the Dorito. So
Oh.
objectively, yes, there would be less strife if there were more Doritos.
It's just like Final Fantasy XIV. But those are, in practice, very similar functions, no? Designating the one person with the Dorito to be able to follow them and do the mechanics correctly.
Oh yeah, there is the Danger Dorito.
I usually think very kindly of people who volunteer themselves as that. Because I've never. But I trust people who are willing to do them, because they usually don't do that out of straight ego.
Yeah, in this game, it's even like there's a cost to it. You have to pay a lot of gold to get the Commander tag,
Oh, wow.
and there's a special version of the Commander tag that has cat ears, which costs the same amount of gold again.
Jinx, hop on Guild Wars 2. I gotta get you this.
You could get it within a couple weeks if you grind really hard.
The last time it was a Danger Dorito was for Zodiac EX. Jinx, we're gonna get you a Guild Wars 2 account, and I'm gonna buy you the the cat ear commander tag.
Refreshing.
God, do you guys remember doing Zodiac EX? That was fun. Remember when you
The
didn't
Great
do it in sync?
Cataclysm, recreated in earnest, or whatever he says. Faithfully recreated, that's it.
Oh God, I keep falling down. All of creation bent to my will.
Break is mine.
El Rotador. I still find it crazy that that was the first trial of the game. That's a sick tag. It's only one a few honorable can wear.
It would have been better without Fan Daniel.
Now, unfortunately, they made the expansion about him. I think it's fair to say the expansion was about him.
In many ways, yes.
Like, he wasn't the final boss, but he was the main antagonist of the expansion. Or I guess the primary antagonist, I guess.
I guess you could say the antagonist was his depression.
Or rather, the bird he gave depression. Alright, good night, Jinx.
Well, he gave it depression by having depression. That's very key.
God, imagine having infectious depression.
To me in my progress.
Looks at Discord.
Oh no. Look back at myself, I'm covered in Ensinger colors.
That would be a good palette swap, honestly. You are the right colors to start.
Oh god. You know, it's funny because that would essentially mean going back to the colors that we're used to, So this outfit that I'm wearing, not that you can see it because Graham's covering a lot of it, but my outfit is actually based on clothes I actually own. I used a combination of clothes that I owned as reference for my design. But they're not the colors that you see right now. The colors are based on a robot called the Argun from Super Robot Wars. However, the actual colors of the original outfit would be closer to what we're describing here, where it would basically just be an emo outfit. Like it's a black vest with like gray like outlines. It's like got like a grayish God, how would you even describe it? Like little collar thing that I got here that's gold. That's also gray. And then my sweater is like, it's like a dark gray, not quite black. And then my headphones are black. It's like, my shirt is a black and white striped shirt.
Do you think you could rig in some piercings and eyeliner?
Look, I'm not emo. I swear, I promise to you. Hi, Leah. Okay, I did listen to My Chemical Romance when I was younger, but I promise I was never outright emo.
I was also on the periphery of the emo crowd. Somehow I knew all of them, but I wasn't an emo.
They said you weren't for those streets. When you were a young boy, they did not take you to the city.
Is this a song?
That's the one with the Black Parade lyrics. Ooh, food. Strawberry Ghost. You know I gotta eat that. Are you telling me you don't recognize the lyrics to Welcome to the Black Parade, Gramp? What?
Yes.
No way.
I don't even know who that's by. I assume My Chemical Romance, just by
Yeah.
context.
I would be very disappointed in you right now.
I don't give a shit what Aya thinks at all.
I must say, seeing a friendly face is a real comfort, especially with all
And-
our
and you know
troubles
what?
lately.
You know what? She won't even know I said that because she can't fucking hear anything.
We to kick her while she's down.
And I'll do it again.
The first song I heard from MCR was Dead. Wow. That's
What killed it?
kind of surprising. What killed it? It feels like everyone I've ever asked what their first MCR song, they will always say Welcome to the Black Parade. Because that's like their big hit. Anyone else who's really into that scene will like describe listening to the rest of the album. But everyone has at least heard of Welcome to the Black Parade. Oh, it was in Guitar Hero 2. Okay, that makes more sense. AKA my portal's listening to other things other than rap. I feel like that was the case for a lot of people. Not rap specifically, but Guitar Hero was good for expanding people's musical palettes, even just a little.
I think the first place I heard Bohemian Rhapsody was on Guitar Hero.
Really? That's surprising, because that
It-
sounds
it
used
actually-
elsewhere.
It actually made me hate the song because it's so long. And yeah, have you ever played like a really, really long Guitar Hero song? Like if you play
Yes,
it
I
on
played
anything
Guitar Hero
above
3.
like anything above medium, it just becomes exhausting.
Yes, I played Knights of Sidonia by Muse on Expert. That sucked.
I never did get good enough for expert.
I didn't say I was good at it, but like I essentially made my way breaking a limb every time I played one of those songs on Expert. So I don't know if you do you recognize Knights of Sidonia?
I know for a fact that I've heard it, but I'm so bad with names that I couldn't place it offhand.
The beginning of the song is I remember that specifically because on Expert you play those individual strums where it's like and that hurt my fucking wrist so bad. I played through most of 3 on Expert on controller, and then got to last year's songs that are damn near impossible to finish without giving your hands damage. Ew!
Yep.
You played it on controller?
Yeah, that's a certified Dom moment.
Yeah, because I was broke. I was broke too, but like, why would you even get a Guitar Hero game if you're not gonna use the fucking novelty?
A couple times, me and my brothers tried to use the buttons on the Guitar Hero drums to play other games.
Oh yeah.
It was very funny.
I played Demon Souls once on the drums. Didn't go well. One of the cymbals stopped working. I got to the...
Let me guess, it was the one bound to attack.
It was the one bound to fucking rolling. No, it was so fucking scuffed, dude. Moving around that shit was scuffed, but I got to the tower second section, and I was just like, I'm done. I'm not doing this shit anymore. God, there were so many fucking levels in Demon Souls that sucked so much. What's the problem? Dredge are establishing a stronghold in these caves. Kill them. Got it.
Yeah, the game is like that sometimes. You talk to somebody and ask what the problem is, and the first thing out of their mouth is a racial minority.
Oh my god! Maybe the Guild Wars 2... Maybe the real Guild Wars 2 was the racism we experienced along the way.
It kinda is.
I met a human who promised to spread our message of unity to their haven.
It'll never address it seriously,
Oh, that's
but
kind of
it's
sad.
there. But it's there.
You see their flavor dialogue? They
I
might
missed
listen
it.
to reason. They were willing to spread our message of unity. Will they reach their settlement? And then I just start killing them. Look at me, guys. I'm a hero. I borrowed it from a friend in exchange for your copy of DMC4. I don't know who was the winner of that transaction. I'm gonna say your friend won out because they got DMC4. Now, DMC4 is not the best DMC game. But I think I'd rather play DMC4 than Guitar Hero. Because Guitar Hero, unless you're like really, really dedicated to rhythm games and stuff like that, not the best. Especially if you're playing by yourself. Now, DMC4, you can make
it's
your own fun all day
enough.
long. I think Guitar Hero games are best saved for when you're, like, hanging out with your friends on a long weekend. You, like, have some chips on the table, got a bunch of drinks.
That is the platonic ideal. But you know, sometimes you just like booting up a song you like.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Just
fine
jamming it
once
out.
in a while, but, like, I think for that sort of thing, DMC4 would probably entertain me more.
Probably.
I am definitely not biased, and I definitely don't have the original Devil May Cry trilogy as the first thing I ever bought for myself as a video game when I was way too young to play them. Shout outs to my man working at that electronics boutique who just did not give a shit that I said, yeah, I don't care that I'm not old enough to play these games. He asked as a matter of protocol, but I was like, listen, I'm already going out of my way to play these things. It's fine. And then it was fine. Because most of the time I wasn't scared playing Devil May Cry. I was just really fucking angry.
Do people think it's a scary game?
The first one definitely does have elements of being a scary game. Especially if you're young. Because Devil May Cry 1 is closer to, like, Resident Evil than it is whatever DMC5 is.
But yeah, it did have the fixed camera angles, didn't it?
Fixed camera angles was a lot more focused on exploration rather than, like, combo and style shit. It was marketed as being stylish action, but it was like, how much can you fuck up everything on the screen? It was more like, how bad can you kick this one thing's ass that's trying to fuck with you? But it was a lot more of a pragmatic game. If that makes sense. Like, you could still pull off some pretty cool looking combos in DMC1, which is impressive considering it was an early PS2 game. But, you know, compared to the shit you can pull off in DMC3 onwards, I'm not going to say DMC2. Oh, DMC2 has its combos, but it's really weird, and I've already explained what my problems with DMC2 are when I streamed that game recently a couple months ago.
Yep.
Ugh. Alright, I'm supposed to kill more of these guys. I will say that the experience was worth it. I will say even playing DMC2 for the first time was worth it. Playing it 4 times, I don't know why I would do that, but I did. Oh, right. It was fun enough, but it was still painful, but it was also the only way I could get him to try a DMC. He asked about 3 afterwards, so I considered a win. Honestly, that is the ideal scenario whenever you're playing PS2 games. Starting with DMC1 and ending with DMC3. Not a bad way to close it out. To this day, DMC2 is just an anomaly to me. It is so strange how that just, like, ended up the way it did. I think you mentioned you were never much of a console gamer, right, Graham?
No, quite the opposite. I did not have a PC of my own until 2016.
Oh, okay. Right. So I asked you, what consoles did you have? And I think you mentioned Xbox, right?
Main one through my teens was Xbox 360, yes.
Right. Okay. That would explain your familiarity with Halo. Unless I'm totally bullshitting and you only became familiar with Halo through PC releases?
I have been playing Halo since, I think, 2002.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, I think it's safe to say...
I seen shit you can't even imagine. That doesn't even matter because it's just niche glitches in a 20-year-old game.
To be fair, I've been playing Halo for a pretty long time myself. I'm not extensively, like, familiar with the franchise as a whole, but I'm definitely familiar to at least a slight degree. Like, I've been playing since CE originally released. Mm-hmm. Although my fondest memories are from playing 2.
Yeah, 2 is the peak IMO. I don't know why I said that in letters, in my opinion.
IMO.
I don't talk like that.
What the hell?
I don't say letters.
I don't talk like cheap viewers online on...
Well, sometimes I talk like that.
No, but like, I was gonna say, like, is there a particular, like, game you feel nostalgic for from, like, the console days? Besides Halo, I guess?
Oh, many.
Any particular?
Hold on a second. I'm fighting the thing in Elden Ring.
Yeah, get a load of this guy co-streaming Guild Wars 2 with me while he fucking solos bosses in Elden Ring.
It's not even a boss. It's an NPC.
Oh, you're one of those players.
No, you don't understand.
No, I get it. You spoke to Mephistopheles. I get it. Channeling your inner Yurt the Silent Chef.
Okay, let's see. Console nostalgia. This is a very bad game, but I am nostalgic for Reign of Fire. The video game adaptation of the mediocre movie.
I don't think I've heard of any of that.
I think it was on the PS2 as well.
Yeah, no, that missed me. Although I will admit, the PS2 has a much larger library than I ever imagined. Like,
What do you? I thought that was the PS2's whole thing, is it had a million games.
No, it was like, I know it was big, but every time I look at the library, it's like, it gets bigger. I miss demo discs.
Yeah, demo discs were pretty cool. That's how I found Star Wars Battlefront.
That's how I found Star Wars Battlefront.
Hell yeah.
Although I think, no, that one actually had the demo. Yeah, I will say, a PS2 demo disc probably permanently shaped my identity. With
Oh.
lasting effects that you can still see to this day.
That doesn't sound good. When you say it like that.
to elaborate, I might have explained this before on stream, but for all of you who are new, hello, by the way. I hope you're doing well. My brother and I got this demo disc for the PlayStation 2 called Jam Pack. And I think it was the 2001 Winter Holiday one. And that demo disc had demos for Final Fantasy X, which contained 2 snippets of the game. One was the prologue Zanarkand section, and the second one was the prologue Besaid section. And that permanently set me on a course to be JRPG brain for the rest of my life. Particularly Final Fantasy brained. I still suck Final Fantasy X's dick every day since then. But there was also my first experience with a horror game in that demo disc with a game called Extermination, which I frequently reference on this stream all the time, because anytime I see some kind of Arctic setting, some kind of zombie game, I go like, getting a lot of Extermination for the PS2 vibes from this.
Obligatory Persona mention again.
Yeah. For me, that's me making fun of the Boss Baby meme. Where it was like guy who's only ever seen Boss Baby in his entire life watching another movie. Getting a lot of Boss Baby vibes from this. It could be worse. You could suck FF8 stick like I do. I actually also suck FF8 stick because Final Fantasy VIII, unlike our copy of Final Fantasy VII, actually worked. That said, I think my brother lost his copy of Final Fantasy VIII. I think he, like, traded it for Chrono Cross, which I never saw him play, which is why I never had any experience with the Chrono games. Also, no more ice. But I'm diverting for the point. That demo disc also had Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance demo, which wasn't my cup of tea. There was this other game that, it was like kind of top down. It was like, it kind of looked like Path of Exile. I'm assuming that's what Diablo looks like. But it was something like that, right? There's an unexplored area in this direction. Well, we better go exploring, huh? Then there was a demo for Dynasty Warriors 3. and I was like, this game is the fucking best thing ever. And then I never bought a Dynasty Warriors game. I did end up playing the demo for Dynasty Warriors Gundam, and I thought, man, this is the best game ever. There were multiple Dynasty Warriors Gundam games. There were 3, I think.
Yeah, that's crazy.
There are 4,
I
actually.
never even heard of that.
No, it's great. I remember the demo let you play as God Gundam, and like the Master Gundam showed up in the middle of it, and you were just fucking everything up. But yeah, still never played a Dynasty Warriors game, despite the fact that I think they're the greatest thing ever.
Well, hey, Origins is apparently pretty good.
Oh, good.
Might check that out on stream sometime.
My PC can't handle that.
Sure, it can. Just run it in like a 480p window.
No, don't worry, guys. I'll open up a throne, and you guys can crowdfund me a PC. No, I've been... Some streamers I follow, they have thrones of their own, and they've been getting some whack-ass shit in their thrones. I remember seeing a bunch of fertility pills, and recently,
Looks like a fine place
a
for
fucking musket. She got a whole ass musket sent to her. Actually, no, it wasn't a musket.
Both of those.
It was a same era, but it was a pistol.
Are both of those donations from someone we know in Discord? One specific person?
Not from someone we know.
I'm just saying, it sounds like him.
He probably would. If someone were to ask, hypothetically. Oh, am I somewhere I shouldn't be right now? Nah, it's fine. I can live through this.
It's probably fine.
No, but going back to the demo disc, it also had a demo for SSX Tricky, which was a snowboarding game. Oh shit, I gotta get out of here.
I heard a lot about that one, but I never played it. Oh, I just remembered though. When I was 8 or 9, and I bought my copy of Smash Bros. Melee, it came with a demo disc inside it, but it wasn't. But it was for the original God of War on the PlayStation, I think 1.
Uh-oh.
I don't, to this day, I don't understand why there was a PlayStation demo disc in a GameCube game.
Hey, that's when the console wars weren't so bad, huh?
I don't think Sony or Microsoft ever beefed with Nintendo.
Mainly because at the time they didn't feel they had to. It felt like they were going for different things, huh?
Even today, I think that relationship is pretty safe.
That's a very different strokes for different folks kind of situation. Mainly because they recognize that the hardware is just not going to ever compete with them. No, but also on the demo disc was this racing game called Kinetica, and there were a few trailers for games that weren't demos. I remember seeing the trailer for Jak and Daxter, which I never played. But I also later found out that the villain was voiced by the lead singer to Twisted Sister.
Small world.
Oh, and completely unrelated, but also on that demo disc was this game called Okage Shadow King.
I don't think I know what that one is.
Oh, you know, it's just this very obscure RPG that no one's ever heard of, but chances are it has one of those cult followings that the few people who do remember what that game is are probably outright obsessed with it, but, you know.
I can tell you're bullshitting.
Oh, the joke is that my model is based on the way those characters look.
Oh.
What's happening here? Are you resurrecting someone?
Oh, that's where I remember that name from recently.
Yep. I finally played that game rather recently, and I was like, wow, the game's not exactly good, but my god, it has more personality than any fucking AAA slop I see nowadays. Now, that's not exactly a high bar to clear, but that's more me trying to say, wow, this game actually has heart and feels like it's trying to say something, and it's trying to be fun. It's not always the most polished game in the world, but my god, it has heart. Hey, wait a second, I think I'm dying.
So what kind of game was that?
Oh, it was an RPG as well.
Okay, that checks out.
Very simple. You get to do some neat stuff. Oh no! Oh, rally. Okay.
So fragile.
Welcome to the living world, bitch.
No! 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 I'm defeated!
Is that your first death? I think that might be your first.
It's my second death. Total.
Oh, okay. You died before. I didn't remember.
I kept dying like over and over in that one location because I kept respawning at the waypoint that was right next to it, but... Alright, let's go to a different world. Hi, Crepetto. Why is your message completely blank? What the hell is that?
It's an emote.
Oh,
It's
it is?
an animated emote.
Oh, that's why. Huh. So Mix It Up doesn't handle animated emotes. That's very interesting. But yeah, Okage, to sum it up, is like... The premise is very weird. It's, you're an ordinary person in a setting where everyone is assigned a literal role. As in, like, you know, job descriptions. They're taken to their literal and pragmatic conclusions.
Okay.
Where everyone has one. Whether you're like an office worker or you're designated as a hero, as a literal occupation. And your character's thing is that you are a ordinary boy.
In Iran. I'm sure Jeev could desperately use your help. That whole
Hey, I'm
area is
familiar with that.
crawling with pirates, and there's something shady
Wow,
going
he's
on
literally
himself.
me. No, but...
FR, Ong, Ong.
On God, for real, no capsies. And your family is a bunch of fucking weirdos, and namely, your parents are implied to be, essentially expert monster hunters.
Okay, I thought you were gonna say something worse.
No. Like, your parents are implied to basically be, like, the badasses of that world. But they're, like, since retired. And through circumstance, your sister gets cursed. It sounds pretty, like, familiar as a story beat, right? Except the curse is completely benign. It's... You know what it is? Your sister's shadow turns pink. That's it.
Oh, so she just gets laughed at in public.
Yes, that's literally it. She is worried that she's gonna die of embarrassment. And so your family's like, all right, we're gonna find a way to undo this curse by unsealing this ancient evil and telling it to undo the curse. And you know what the worst part is?
I mean, I gotta respect the hustle.
It works.
Okay, but what's the trade-off?
It just steals your shadow. Or more accurately, he steals your shadow. Because the ancient evil is this dude named Stan.
Okay.
He is this cartoon shadow dude who calls himself the Evil King.
Follow me now.
But the most he can do... Well, it's not that he's completely powerless, but he's not nearly as powerful as he suggests he is. Because he can't even fully possess you, so he's just relegated to being your shadow. And he'll basically just shout at you over and over. You're like, Slave, tell that woman that she's fat.
Oh, so he's Twitch chat.
Yes. Except he's funny.
Damn. Yeah, you're really gonna do Dom like that?
Oh, don't worry, Dom. I don't perceive you as Twitch chat. Not yet. I keep walking into chain traps. No, but his whole thing is that he's a separate entity, and he keeps calling you slave. What game am I talking about? I'm talking about a game called Okage Shadow King. In Japan, it's referred to as Bokuto Mao. Or literally, me and the Demon King. Or Evil King, I guess. But you later find out that the reason Stan is so weak is because his powers were somehow stolen and distributed amongst various individuals who are now calling themselves the Evil Kings of various random crap. And the first one I think you fight is literally a giant rat.
Hell yeah.
I think it's the Evil Rat King or something like that. The Sewer King. And you fight him and you beat him and you know what happens? He becomes a slightly smaller giant rat.
Hell yeah.
And he's like, huh? What happened? And then he just, like, you don't even kill him. You just leave him alone. It's just like, oh, sorry about all that. We got what we came for, guys. Let's get out of here. T-Dog 1, T-Dog 1. Nice job, nerd. Alright, where is... There's a fucking waypoint. Oh, it's that. I'm so
But
blind.
of course my name is perfectly spaced, so it even breaks up in the Twitch chat.
Wait, I already unlocked it. But yeah, it's a really charming game where, like, nothing serious happens for most of the game. There's a couple of moments where it's like, oh shit, that's kind of fucked up. But it's resolved. It's not particularly scary, and I think it's overall an uplifting game. At some point through the game, you literally stop existing according to the rules of everyone else. Because the way the system I explained to you earlier is that everyone has a role. Except you later find out that there's an entire city of people who don't have roles. And they essentially stop existing to the rest of the world. They can't be perceived by anyone. Oh shit. Oh my god, I just got mogged.
Goals? Hashtag goals.
Well, good thing I just unlocked this waypoint. Hashtag goals. No, it's like you literally can't interact with anything. It's like you're not a presence in the world, but you're still alive.
I don't know. That might still have its perks.
Eh. But yeah, the reason for this is, I don't know, I don't want to spoil the game. It's really nice. I realize not everyone has a PS2, but I care enough about the game that I don't want to fully explain everything that happens. And I think that's a really dreadful way to experience a game. Having someone else explain it for you. Like, I'm someone who doesn't totally hate video game essays, but I can't say I have a lot of respect for people who experience video games exclusively through them. Wow, I should not have come back. What the fuck? Am I being shot at by dog people?
Yeah, I only tend to watch those for things that I
That I already played?
basically never could have played otherwise.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Like some niche Japanese titles.
For me, my exceptions are games I have already played or games I know I will never play. But that's it, I think.
And even then, half the time, it's still not worth watching because it's just a plot summary.
Yeah, if it's just a plot summary, it's like, I don't want to have this plot described to.
But also the guy doesn't know how to analyze a narrative. So like
Yeah.
he doesn't convey any meaning. He's just saying words at you.
I can't really fault people like that. I think when like video essay quote unquote are made like that, it's not done from a place of like malice or anything. It's just that like the person had an idea where they wanted to like talk about a video game that they really like, but they lack the skills to be able to eloquently describe how they feel about the game. I think every video I've ever watched like that is basically just someone narrating their playthrough. Yeah, it's like that, where it's like they narrate what their experience of the game was, and sometimes explain like story context, but don't really reflect on why it means anything to them. Which is a shame, because I don't think that's like necessarily a fault. It's just that like it's kind of a difficult skill. Not many people take the time to reflect on the way stories make them feel and what their interpretation of something is.
That's fair.
Like they'll be able to feel it, but it is very difficult to put something like that into words.
But also, then half the time, the guy that knows how to analyze what he feels, he's an ego raptor.
I admittedly cannot provide any commentary on that because I've never watched Game Grumps and I've never cared to.
You know what? That's for the best. We can just leave it where it lie.
Like, I'm someone who does a pretty good job at avoiding things that I don't think I'm going to like. I think it's a very poisonous thing to continue engaging in something you already have a predisposition towards not liking. It's okay, and it's one thing to experience new things and challenge yourself. It's another thing to be like, yeah, I'm gonna keep listening to this fucking internet guy complain about things that I don't really have that much investment in to begin with, really, and get mad at later. That is an easy way to make yourself miserable.
I just want to state for the record, I only watched his stuff before I decided that I didn't like him. Like I was cool. I was cool with him for a good number of years, but over time, I just stopped giving a shit.
I think that's why I never watched Death Battle. I'm just like, I think this is a stupid premise. Other people might not agree that's a stupid premise, but I do, which means I'm not going to watch it. If I already know that I'm not going to like it, why even engage?
I had enough nerd battles with the people playing Pokemon in the schoolyard.
I'm a mecha fan, so power scaling is kind of fucking expected, and it's a little cringe.
Well, if you like power scaling, please look forward to the Guild Wars 2 expansions, Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire.
Oh! Dom says, it works sometimes, but yeah, the two I actually pay attention to do it for obscure Japanese bullshit that they want other people to experience. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say you watched the YouTuber named Marsh. Am I correct in assuming that, Dom? Yeah, I thought so. I watched his Shin Megami Tensei 1, 2, If, and because those are games I've already played. And I watched his video on Perret Emheru because that's a game I'm pretty sure I would never bother playing. And his video on, what was that other, it was like this RPG Maker game. But I think it's interesting. He also narrates his playthrough, but at the same time, he kind of adds a personal spin to it, where he's not just saying the game, but he's talking about like what he's thinking, what he's assuming. So maybe I'm a little bit of a hypocrite in that regard, but I think he at least does a better job of presenting. Because I don't know, because like I go back and I watch Angry Video Game Nerd. I never watched everything he's ever put out, but as someone who's played Castlevania games all the time, I've watched his videos before too, and in hindsight, I disagree with some of the points he's brought up, but at the same time, it's like he's also been playing up the rage factor a little bit.
Yeah, it's a character.
Oh shit! Thank you for the raid. It's Kiyoshi. Holy shit! 45 raiders. What's going on
we
today,
partying.
guys? I'm playing Guild Wars 2. What's going on? Poggers, new Guild Wars 2 player? That's right. I'm being attacked by crocodiles, and I'm talking about nostalgic PS2 games. Although I guess now we're technically talking about RPG makers and PS1 games. Thank you to follow, Gamer Teddy Bear Alt. That is a mouthful. I'm sorry if I said that incorrectly. Thank you for the hello, Darkbringer GW2. Surely that means God of War 2, right? Oh god, speaking of PS2 games, I still haven't played a fucking God of War game. I really should, but said right can call me Teddy Bear for short. Okay,
Yeah, they're
Teddy.
pretty good stream titles. They're not super long.
Now, I think if I really like locked in, I could stream God of War. I was gonna say Gears of War. That's another fucking franchise I haven't played. I could lock in and play God of War in a single night.
Yeah.
That
Go for it,
or
man.
I get screwed over and I end up playing it like I played Devil May Cry and just like play it over a couple of nights because that one damn mission that for some reason I just can't get right because I keep dying to Nightmare because it's Dante Must Die difficulty and I haven't finished that playthrough because we're not thinking about that. Forget it. Also, we just reached 520 followers. Thank you so much, everyone, for your support.
Thank you, thank you.
I'm Wild, and this person here on my chest is Grandpa.
No relation.
Yeah, he's not my grandfather. He's a grandfather. If you need any help, let us know. I think I'm enjoying myself just walking around, honestly. I enjoy the experience of just being able to walk around and just seeing everything as it comes along. I think that's part of why I like the Dark Souls games. Because there isn't an explicit progression path. There's just a suggestion. Loads to discover and have fun. Yeah, for me, I enjoyed Souls games less the more I play them. But I definitely, like, enjoy that first playthrough a lot. I deeply appreciate that. Fun to
I think
get
it's
to
worth.
Also, what the fuck? Ooh.
Oh, sorry. I think it's worth going back at some point once you think you've forgotten enough.
Yeah, I've replayed
'Cause
Dark
this-
Souls too.
'Cause it's such a peculiar experience because with games like that, the first playthrough is fundamentally a different game from the second playthrough.
Necromancer is such a fun class. I'm doing it for roleplay reasons. I'm roleplaying as a Necromancer Luchador.
Yeah, we'll expand on that later.
Oh shit! Oh! Grandpa, I think I'm in the wrong part of town.
Yeah, I was looking at that. You were pretty brave there.
I got hit once and I was just like, nah, I'm out of here. I'm gonna walk away. I'm gonna do a 360 walk away, Grandpa. Oh my, okay, that's you.
Oh, how'd you revive?
I don't know.
Did someone else kill it?
No, I got into that fight back state, got back up, and then just walked away.
Well, yeah, but so how that works is when you're downed, if you kill an enemy, you get revived. But you were not strong enough to fight that thing.
Huh.
So was there another player there to kill it for you?
I guess I got bailed out. Oh yeah, that's the person on that mount probably. Thanks, whoever you are. That golden circle means he's a champion mob. Oh, is that when, like, you know, have you guys ever played Final Fantasy 14? Have you guys ever played Final Fantasy 14? And then
We're just gonna do this the whole playthrough, huh?
guy who has only ever played Final Fantasy 14. Getting a lot of Final Fantasy 14 vibes from this. No, like it's like those hunt mobs. those really tough ones that you're not supposed to solo, but then you see those people who just solo them and they steal all the rewards for it.
You can think of it like that. It's a little different because with events, it'll actually scale up with more players to sort of even out.
Oh my god. Imagine an entire field region in an MMO that's just populated with Odins. I appreciate the novelty of Odin. I wish they would, like, update his rewards. I wish there was more reason to keep fighting Odin. Because that's such a fun concept.
The true reward for Odin is getting him in Mentor Roulette and having to explain to everyone that the only mechanic is try not to die.
Oh my god! Hi, Origin. Excuse me, you. Why is there so many people here? Well, because two very kind people. That is Energinx and It's Kiyoshi, which I should probably shout you out. Can I do that? Can I type shout out? Am I capable of doing that? I did it! Join us and follow me. It's Kiyoshi. I'm following you. I'm clicking it. There you go. Two very kind people decided to raid me today because I'm a sad little newbie who likes playing video games. No gathering tools equipped. Did I throw away my gathering?
They actually have a finite number of uses.
Oh.
But also, I'm pretty sure... what kind of node is it?
Oh, it's an iron ore.
I think if you tried to mine that with the one you had, it would have given you ruined ore instead of anything useful.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, it's that kind of system.
Oh, I still need to dodge attacks.
Which actually makes it really funny once you get to higher levels because there's no reason to buy anything except the max level one.
Ah.
So you'll be taking that into low level areas to mining copper and shit.
Oh, neat. Guild Wars 2 loves to support our new players. Well, I appreciate that. I feel warmly welcomed. I'm not used to seeing my goat pop off this much. Nice, though. Yeah, apparently today's a good day for streamers.
Hell yeah.
Unless you forget to save your VOD. Nobody knows what I'm talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I watched the VTuber debut today, and she didn't save her VOD.
Oh. Damn it, I was going to watch that later.
Because people don't really do low-level areas or salvages as much. Oddly enough, iron ore is one of the more expensive ores.
True.
That's actually very similar to 14. I've noticed that if you look at the marketplace, iron and mithril still gets you a pretty penny.
Yeah, I think back in like 2017, one of my daily routines was going through a couple areas and getting a whole bunch of iron and platinum just to get a little stipend for the day.
Oh, you mean in here?
Yeah, in this game.
Because it reminds me, because in 14, you know what the money-making ore was? Mithrite ingots. Because those were annoying to craft.
Well, here, mithril is the most common material.
Oh, that's sad. Ooh, big lady. I've been tracking your legend, Wide Weston. Don't look so surprised, and don't expect me to tell you how long I've been following your progress. Oh my god, she's been stalking me. God, I wish that were me. All you need to know is that I was there when you fought Isormir. Where would you have been for that? You come a long way since then. What do you want from me?
There were a lot of people there.
That's true. Still being used in recipes 40 levels later. That's why it makes so much money, because A, you need like a Heavensward material, and you need to go back and get the fucking mithril ore from Aroma Born, and then it gets used in recipes for expansions that are like have no business using mithrite anymore. But there they are.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. If you're a crafter in 14, it's just so easy to amass shit that you might need.
It's like one day this map might be completely worthless, and then the next, Holy shit! I'm a millionaire! Oh.
But for now, it's going in the retainer that has all the crafting materials.
You mean both retainers?
I've somehow skated by only using one for that.
I think one is my crafting retainer, and one is my all this junk I get from raids that I don't know what to do with yet.
Yep.
Do some good in the world. Build your legend.
Hey,
Once a year or so, I'll clear out everything on the crafting retainer based on what's valuable on the market board.
Yo, I like looking for group. I used to make a lot of money crafting Tsukiyomi canes.
Tsukiyomi stuff is still valuable because it's one of the extremes most people can't solo yet.
Yeah, but it has deflated recently because, you know, they tend to always do that. Whenever content gets power crept by the new level cap plus unsyncing.
Yeah, the unsync goes crazy.
Yeah. Farming tends to go pretty quickly, and then the material becomes cheaper, and then the weapon itself becomes cheaper. It's unfortunate, but hey, I'm okay with it. If that is more widely available to more players, I don't mind.
Speaking of unfortunate, I'm going to have to do all those extreme trials in Endwalker that I missed so I can finish grinding out my mentor roulettes.
Imagine still playing Final Fantasy XIV.
I still want to play it.
I do too.
I'm hurt like the rest of you, but there are things I want to do still. Like, I'm not playing it for just one reason.
Yeah, I guess so. Welcome everyone to twitch.tv/wildwestern, where we complain about Final Fantasy XIV. No, I promise that's not all we do. I promise. I like the game. I promise.
At least once an hour.
Ob says, I do appreciate how in any game with those bundles of logs, they're the perfect bait to hop along while chatting, jump, button, fidget toy. Hey, this game has a dedicated jumping puzzle, though.
Logs do be good jumping.
How do I get up there? Have a nice night, Mr. Wild. I almost read that as Mr. McWild. Like I'm a goddamn McDonald's product. Well, there is the McRib. You deserve this, Oomphy. Ah! Damn it! Why are you doing this? Oh god, I got hit so many times I don't even know where I am. I guess we're going to another world. Why not? Streamer abuse, it's real.
He deserves it.
I deserve it. I thought
Save
you were
up
gonna
your
give
points.
me.
Save up your points.
Save up your points so you could redeem the clown model. Shh, it's not real. It's a secret. You have an equipped item that does not have stats selected. Oh shit. Hold on, let me summon my minions. So
Takeoff welcomes you,
Ow!
Melvar, my old friend.
What is a man?
I see you all like throwing things at me, chat. Alright, what do I not have equipped? Oh, I should probably equip this strong magician mask of divinity. It's much stronger than what I currently have. Oh yeah, baby, we're so back to being a luchador. Boots of vampirism, that's what I'm talking about. Look at this drip. Donate to twitch.tv/wildwestern so that he can commission a degenerate class. Oh, carrion amulet. Look at my accessories, Gramp. I'm growing stronger. Oh, an Avenger staff.
You have no concept of strength.
Sheepskin doublet. Oh, ill. I'm more shirtless than ever. You can see my tattoos. You know what? Why not?
That's wrestling character development right there.
That's wrestling character. I'm getting one step closer to becoming the Big Show. Is that better? Unused upgrade slot. I forgot how to check which one was off, or which one was not customized yet.
I don't even remember what we did last time.
Hell, the message for reason, misogyny. What did the message say?
What?
Cunty Wesson. A serve.
Is that how it's flagged now?
They do that sometimes. For those of you who are new to the stream, which I imagine is quite a lot of you, back before I had this Live 2D model that you see now, I used to have Vroid models, which is to say I had an equivalent model to this, and I had a Clown Girl model. And a certain select group of people have wanted it back for reasons.
Purely wholesome reasons.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure that won't be abused. So you could say he was just clowning around. The awakened remnants swarm the area. Should I be concerned? I'm sure it's fine.
For Joko.
Yeah, I'm sure this is fine. Whoa, what the hell is that? Oh, I'm being attacked. You mean wholesome reasons? Yeah, man. There was a whole Ask Redeem where they, where chat would actually kidnap me midstream, bury me at Huntington Beach, and I would have to just be a head at the sand. Cannibals hate eating clowns. They always taste funny. Cannibal activated a fucking, like, part of my brain that was like, ooh, Fallout New Vegas. That's that brain damage kicking in again, Grab. Vigil Keep.
Sometimes I look up a perk just to laugh at the icon and the name, which is Them's Good Eatin'.
It's funny because that's a good perk.
It is a very good perk, but it's also very funny.
Even Poseidon hates him.
Them's good eating.
Well, I have told you guys in the past that I'm afraid of the ocean, right?
So many people have said that to me in the last week that I can't remember if you were one of them.
I was definitely one of them. I think I said this last time we were playing together. I'm afraid of the ocean because they stepped on a cone shell.
Oh, yep, that's a big reason.
And it was right at the beach. It wasn't like deep into the ocean. It was right at the beach. Origin says, by the way, well, tomorrow I will become a walking nuclear bomb. Finally, I get to experience Stalker in real time.
Okay, go off, Oomphy.
So true, bestie. Am I to assume this has something to do with, Mega Man? So true, breasty.
No, we haven't evolved to that stage yet.
Yet, he says. Oomphy, go off now, never stop going off, become a perpetual going off engine. No, this is about Helldivers? Oh man, I haven't played Helldivers in a while. Guess when that might change.
It's got a nice new 60 gigabyte update.
Oh yeah, my SSD is so ready for that. The new Orbon is about exploding when you die.
Refreshing.
Finally, martyrdom. Or I guess in your case it would be martyrdom.
Get off the stage.
Aha! Aha! Hey, this is a waypoint. They already viewed this?
What is a man?
Hi, Kyo. Wasn't got ice for that joke. Those aren't Shiba crystals. Those are just gacha crystals. Shitty are gacha crystals. Hey, Schwein, how's it going? It's going very interestingly. As you can see, quite a number of people are watching me right now. More than I'm used to. The awakened remnants have been eradicated. That's interesting. It's nice to meet you all, by the way.
Yeah, thanks for coming by.
Welcome to the stream of Guy doesn't know how to reach the top of this fucking hill so he can go get to that waypoint. How's the guild warring?
I think you should try. I
Try
think you
going
should
around
try
and up that fucking
running
bridge.
into the wall some more.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. Am I warring some guilds? That was last week when I was playing Grand Blue Fantasy, where we lost all 4 rounds.
You know, there's a lot of guilds and a lot of war in this game, but not many guild wars.
Crazy how that works. I'm gonna sue who made this game. Forget it. I'm gonna sue Square Enix.
Yeah, everyth's Square Enix now. Square Enix
I'm
everywhere.
going to sue Daichi Hiroi for false advertisement of Guild Wars 2. Oh boy. This is one MMO ass looking MMO though. No, this is your dad's
yeah.
MMO.
Well, I hope not.
Everyone, clown on the 30-year-old.
I guess you could be 30 and play this, yeah. So maybe it's okay.
I mean, you say that, but I have a younger cousin who is now the mother to 3 children. And that fills me with a fucking type of dread you could not imagine.
No, I can't imagine. I've had to babysit my cousin's kids.
Oh, man. Did something just drop? I think I heard like a bottle drop or something.
He's onto us.
I'm sure. They're in my walls. You're in my walls, chat. I'm sure there's an argument for Square mismanaging something somewhere, even in an entirely unrelated series. Everyone cannibalized this man. You heard of MMOs we have at home? Well, this is the MMO Dad has back in the shed. Is this the
No,
one he's gonna shoot?
I play the MMOs Dad has in the shed. This is pretty. This is maybe in the attic.
It's that one sibling your
occasionally-
dad never told you about that he left in the attic because he couldn't bring himself to put him down.
Occasionally, you'll find someone where it's front and center in the den.
Why are you trying to goat your way over that wall? Because I believe with enough obstinance, you can just jump through everything. And clearly I'm being proven wrong at every corner. But I think it's okay, because I get to hang out with my good friend Gramp and all of you guys in chat.
It's not like you're on the cusp of finishing everything anyway.
I'm not on the cusp of finishing shit. He says at level 29.
Honestly,
Man.
not bad progress.
I remember reaching level 29 and 14 for the first time. I'm going like, oh man, what's going to happen once I hit 30? And then the job quest hit, and it was like, hey, by the way, did you level White Mage to 15?
I miss that. Honestly, I really do. It was genuinely exciting for me to be, like, to go back to the other people in Risk and be like, hey, I unlocked Scholar finally after, like, 2 months.
I did it. I finally did the thing the game all but forced me to do. This is the MMO Uncle Tony hides in your family's attic.
I think they should have kept cross-classing.
I actually wholly agree. I think the homogenization of Final Fantasy 14 classes is one of the biggest tragedies of the game.
They could have, just for streamlining's sake, they could have removed the cross-classing requirements from things like Swiftcast, because those are borderline necessary.
I want to play a warrior that has access to Shadeshift. The old Shadeshift. I don't know if they changed how it works, but it used to be a shield that was a percentage of your max HP.
Man, imagine if modern Black Mage had Fury Strikes or whatever it is.
Oh, was that the ability that guaranteed crits?
Maybe. Last time I remember, it was just the damage up.
Oh, I think
But maybe that
everyone
was
ran
after an
right?
update. Maybe.
Was that the one you got from Bard, or was that a monk ability? I'm misremembering.
I don't remember. I didn't get that far before they removed it.
I think,
Being cross-classing, that is.
yeah. I remember the funniest joke was, you remember Monk was second wind and faint? Yes. And everyone went warrior because fracture. And if I remember correctly, Rampart was paladin. As opposed to everyone now.
I believe that is true. But I guess you would remember better than me because you played it.
I remember everyone went fracture because, you know, a free dot. That's pretty good. Man, remember when Berserk actually used to pacify you?
This looks like a fine place for adventure.
Ah, yes. Welcome to the Wild
Oh, yeah,
West and
didn't
Guild
you-
Wars 2 stream where we reminisce about Final Fantasy 14. I'm so sorry, everyone.
Didn't you have to beg the healer to Asuna you?
Yes, or you had to have an item on you that did the same thing.
Oh yeah, when antidotes were a thing.
Antidote still is a thing, and it clears poison technically, but no one uses
I mean, it
consumables outside of
exists.
tinctures anymore.
It exists, but no one's doing it.
It was also the reason why my Culinarian was level 5 for like 5 expansions. Oh yeah, because you had to get all of your crafting abilities by leveling everything at the same time. Wow. That was, I can't say I was a fan of that.
Well, even today, that's basically best practice. Because unless you, unless you do that, you are 100% guaranteeing that you are reliant on the market board.
That's somewhat mitigated past the 50 to 60 mark because you have those, whatchamacallit quests? You know the ones with the, like, the token 5 NPCs that correspond to a group of, gathering/crafting?
Custom deliveries?
Yeah. Those are somewhat mitigated because if you have at least one of those categories leveled up, you can pretty much carry the other two in that specific category. Like, it's not a perfect solution, but it is a way of alleviating that. What the fuck was that? Was that coming out of the ground or was that going into it? Did you see that?
I don't think I did.
It was like one of those things that's up in the air right now, which I assume are like projectiles, but it landed like right in front of me. It was so jank looking. Head this way to discover Kufulu. That's not a real name. Holy shit, it's my kind.
But you'll never attune yourself to them because you're not a ranger.
I'm a failure. I could never be one of them. And so I must go on. But yeah, I think removing cross-classing gets rid of some of the funny things you could do. In general, I just don't like the direction of, like, Oh yeah, every class just kind of sort of does the same thing, except I guess the tanks do a different kind of mitigation that really either fucks you over for one raid or only somewhat helps you for another.
This is super niche information. I think it's not really a problem anymore because I believe they've nerfed LB gen in older raids. But in raids like Uwu, you would deliberately avoid using the tank
So fragile.
mitigations like Reprisal or Heart of Light because those would reduce LB gen.
Right, because you'd be taking less damage, and damage corresponds to how much limit.
Well, no, because you use indirect mitigations like Soil or Tactician.
Tactician's not a
Those
straight
don't.
buff?
Those don't interfere with LB gen because they buff the party. But oh yeah. So the point was, like, for stacks and stuff, you would only stack as much as you needed to get people down into the critical healing threshold for more LB gen.
That sounds like a Team Fortress 2 strategy.
This looks like a fine
So,
place for adventure.
Reprisal would do less LB gen, and also you could save it for other things. I believe that's the case. Don't quote me on it. It's been shit. How many years? It's been 4 years since I've done that raid. Holy shit.
I am in a place I have no business being in. Ah, fuck it. What's a 5-level difference?
5 level's not that bad.
As long as I'm not fighting one of them champion enemies. Is that a whole ass bear?
Kill my servant. Kill.
As compared to a half-ass bear.
Yeah, half-ass bear is one that's hibernating. Come on, Grandpa, I didn't realize you didn't know this. What about a platypus bear? I'd rate that as a
It just says bear.
0.75 bear. No, actually, this level of difficulty is manageable. I'm not doing as much damage as I'd like, but I am under-leveled. So this is realistic.
Yeah, you can think of it that way.
He says, judging my choice of gear.
No, I never manage gear while I'm leveling. You can do it with the market board and get a lot more performance out of it, but for one, you can't, and for two, it's not necessary.
Oh, yeah.
And for three, it's a waste of money because you're getting rid of that gear in like 2 levels.
I've ruined this tree, Gramp. The wood spirits will destroy me now.
Nah, ain't no green wrath in this bitch.
Got agents in the field who need
Ooh,
help.
cozy camp. I like it. Now, this feels super quintessential fantasy right here. It's a bunch of forest, a camp setup, various people, different races, different classes, I guess, doing stuff. And then there's me walking around with my abominations and affronts to nature.
They see it every day.
There's a lot to do here. We could use a hand. Xeris' latest weapons need testing, and our mercs could use someone to spar with. Hawk's birds are always looking for some sport. And if Centaur scouts show up, kill them. Thanks, I'll get the hang of it.
The bird guy is named Hawk. Come on.
Getting a lot of Berserk vibes from this. The Band of the Falcon. The White Hawk of Darkness. Heroes Challenge. Hero Challenge. That's where I 1v1 someone, right?
Not always. It's usually a different thing each time. Or often, at least.
I'm going to commune with it and see what happens. Commune with place of power to fight the giant yak spirit. That's what it's gonna be, right? I gain experience just for interacting with it?
Yeah, you gained a skill point. Oh my god, no. Okay, there we go.
Huh. Yay! Free money!
Yeah, you're gonna have a fun time with the hero points in the expansions.
Oh, jeez. What the hell is that? Oh, okay. Yeah, I should probably back off. Oh, uh-oh. What's the dodge button again?
I have no idea what you set it to.
What's... by default. It's the default button. I didn't change it.
I don't know. I don't know the default. It's been, do you have any idea how long it's been since I played with default settings?
The Spectre of Death is on my ass! No! Okay, let's go back to somewhere a little more manageable.
Believe it or not, I have this nickname for a reason.
The Alzheimer kicked in. I'd say this reminds you of something, but I'm having trouble drawing a picture. Alright, I've learned my place. I need to go back this way. And get mogged by other animals in the same level range. There's an unexplored area in this direction. I don't believe you. Lornar's Pass.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one right there. They don't make them like that anymore.
What are you implying by this? New event nearby.
Technically, they didn't even make this one like that.
Chat, what the fuck is he talking about?
Lornar's Pass was also an area in Guild Wars 1.
Oh. Was it fun?
It was significant of, or excuse me, it was significant as the first area in what was known as the Drox Run.
Uh-huh.
I could explain it to you, but I'm going to leave it vague on purpose.
Was it like a speedrunning path that people use to cross between places and get a shortcut?
In a manner of speaking, I would liken it more to sequence breaking.
Ah, okay. Did Guild Wars 1 follow a more direct, like, quest progression where it didn't matter what level you were?
It mattered what level you were in the sense that you would just get fucking bodied by stronger enemies than you, just because of how the game worked. I'm sure you're familiar with the concept.
Huh.
But mechanically speaking, quests didn't really matter. At least in that part of the game. In later installments, they tried to make it matter with varying success.
Really? For my part, I was thinking. At first, I thought that you were like going to refer to it the same way people used to refer to the Black Shroud as it was before Realm Reborn, where it was like it was a nightmarish endgame area because pre-Cataclysm, the Black Shroud was called the Black Shroud because all the trees blocked out the fucking sun.
Oh, good.
Not that I would know much about it. I never played 1.x, but I do remember seeing footage of it, and I was like, huh. That
Wait,
is
so that's
definitely...
the entire forest, right?
Yep, the Black Shroud.
So did where people that started in Gridania just fucked?
I think it was different. I don't remember how it worked, but the nightmare area in particular was the North Shroud.
Well, that part checks out at least.
And I think the East Shroud. I may be misremembering.
I will be right back.
Yeah, sure. Wait, what am I... Organize tools, disarm script-made traps, stop script ambushes, kill vermin. Oh, I should just be killing rats, apparently. Please let me interact with this other thing. There we go. We did it! I solved this quest by paying attention to the tooltip and reading. Literacy wins again, chat. He says, mispronouncing every other word. There's an unviewed vista in this direction. Games like these are like crack for me because it just keeps showing me new objectives to follow, and the objectives change depending on how close I am to an objective, and I just go like, ooh, piece of candy. And this is how I end up in regions that I should not be fucking walking in. But I just go, ooh, there's a place I can explore. And then I just get bodied by a level 48 rat. Huh. This doesn't look like the right... Oh, there it is. Oh, you guys level 27. I can just kick your ass. Genshin Impact can eat its heart out. Look at me just climbing this mountain. I am not climbing the mountain. Oh my god. Come on, I can jump that. Hey, hey. Is it really the MMO experience if you don't wander to some random fucking place you clearly shouldn't be in? I wouldn't say FF14 is like that. Kind of. Like, you can just walk through some higher level areas to get to the different regions before even getting an airship. But at this point, you could have a friend do that for you. Well, I guess if you're playing by yourself, then you're screwed, but you could also ask a stranger, hey, can I get a lift? I will say this, when you do... What the hell is that? What is that guy doing over there? I will say this, when you look out at a point in 14, you don't get a nice little camera view. You don't get your Ubisoft Assassin's Creed type view. By the way, if Graham's muted, that's because he's locking in and he's playing Elden Ring. Because he's just that good at video games, guys. He can talk to me about random bullshit while also doing level 1 Elden Ring runs. It's crazy. And then there's me, who almost dies from taking fall damage from just walking off a mountain. It's fine. It's normal. Wait, you're the scout? Oh, my bad.
As you journey east, be on your guard. The Grawl have grown aggressive towards Priory caravans traveling to and from their encampment. Although the Mining Corps has no stake in what happens, it won't be long until the Grawl turn their raids on our caravans too. If you discourage the attacks on the Priory, it will save us from having to deal with that same headache in the future.
AKA, kill these guys I don't like. Welcome back, Graham.
I don't know what we're talking about, but it sounds good to me.
Many scrits, help!
Many scrits help. Oh, disgusting. They're like kobolds.
What are you talking about, man? It's a little rat guy.
No, they're like kobolds.
They're
Die.
like little rat guys.
Die.
Don't tell him to die.
Fine, I won't
the
tell them
fuck,
to.
man?
I'll kill them.
What the fuck, man?
They just said they're gonna kill me.
Yeah, but you're like 10 times bigger.
They're stabbing me. They've declared war on me, Gramp. I must exterminate them like the vermin that they are.
Oh, I actually... you know what? I'm gonna send you a video.
Yeah?
Just a recording I made a long time ago. If I can find it.
Didn't I just help out this camp? What the fuck?
Yeah, but now it's under attack.
No, it's take the mining camp back from the squid.
Yeah, it came under attack, and now you gotta help them again.
It's not under attack, it's been fully captured. My god, these people cannot fend for themselves.
They absolutely cannot.
It's like I'm playing for the bandits in soccer. They're a funny faction where everyone just fucking hates you, and eventually every faction just encroaches upon whatever territory you try taking over. It's great.
Bad news, the video's too big, so I have to upload it.
Shout out to Discord lowering its file size limit like everyone predicted they would.
I mean, it's kind of fair if you think about it.
Yeah?
Like, just imagining having to run an infinitely expanding database sounds like a nightmare to me.
It's fair, but that doesn't mean I have to like it.
Like, I have no
True.
idea how people handle the logistics for this. You got to be installing a new terabyte hard drive like every second.
Yeah, I agree. Which is why I thank God every day that I never got hired by Discord. I know someone who did, though. We used to go to college
How are they
together.
doing?
Last I checked, they were miserable and hated life.
Oh, that's good.
Except they probably make a hell of a lot more money than I do.
Fresh.
So, you know, pros and cons. Pros and cons. I, for one, am glad that I don't have to be the guy who reviews all the logs calling people kitten.
Well, there's a guy in our Discord. He's got the role of Discord mod. You might want to check him out.
What a horrifying existence that must be.
Is he still here?
He is. I think. Obbs, are you there?
No, it doesn't look like it.
Oh, he's avoided our ire for now. Why did I think I could jump that? Oh, I guess I helped them. I don't know what I did, but I killed all the rats, and I guess that gave me experience points.
Yep, that's the magic of events. But also,
If the game did not want me to kill rats, it should not have put rats as my enemies. Simple as that. I do not pity the rat that bites into my neck repeatedly.
it just means he's hungry, man.
He can eat something else, but 1 bite is hunger, 2 bites is malice.
Okay then, mister. I don't know what he did to you.
He chewed my fingy.
Smash them! Marvelous!
Incidentally, I've only had 1 incident where a rat has gotten into the house and freaked the fuck out of us. And
Okay,
reason
the
it-
video has uploaded.
The reason it freaked us the fuck out is because It scurried from under my chair. Because our chairs, we used to put covers over them. So you know how like a typical chair will have like the 4 legs, right? We put a whole ass cover over it so like you couldn't actually see the chair. It was fully covered. So I sat down and then a rat just scurried past my leg under like the little curtain on the right side of the chair. And we just kind of all looked as it ran across the living room from the kitchen and just disappeared. We never found out where it went. We suspect it went under the house because there were multiple locations where the house was just open from the bottom. And it may have been eaten by one of the local cats.
Probably.
Because when I lived there, there were so many fucking cats on that street. Oh my god. In fact,
Yeah, there's a lot of cats around here too.
3 of those cats had taken up residence in our house. Not in our rooms. Inside the walls and the the interior structure.
Excuse me? You know what? You're not the landlord. I guess it's not your problem.
Yeah, and the funny part was the landlord lived on the same street. That was when we were living in a 2-story house. We didn't own it, but we were renting it from the landlord who lived on the same street on the opposite side, on the opposite end of the street. So theoretically, they could come by whenever the fuck they wanted to check in on things. Thankfully, for the most part, they didn't abuse that and they were fairly lenient with us. And I think that's also why they were like, yeah, the cats just do that sometimes. Because we had because those cats were our neighbors' cats. Our neighbor was a sweet old lady, by the way. She was she volunteered as a lunch lady at our high school. And she's had a bunch of cats. Like, she had a black cat. She had one of those British blue hairs. Is that what they're called? It's
what?
It's one, like a blue-haired cat. It's one of those cats that has like grayish fur, but they're called blue hairs or something like that. And then she had like a tuxedo cat. And there were a bunch of other kittens that were across the street. We suspect they were conceived on that street via other cats on that street.
Ah.
And I remember in particular, there were 3 little kittens that would kind of just hang out around our house all the time. Our house specifically. And sometimes you would try to get them to, like, not be under our house because it was a hazard. And sometimes we would just let them do whatever. Like, it wouldn't feed them or anything, but it was like, alright, they're not doing it. Wait. Oh, juvenile snow leopard. You're friendly. Sorry, I didn't mean to cast a ship it on you. I remember one time I scared one of the cats. In particular, it was the little tuxedo cat. The kitty specifically. And I tried getting him out from under the, under my mom's truck. Cause not truck. She had an SUV at the time. And, cause, you know, we don't want to turn on the car and then fucking back up on a cat, you know?
Yeah, I'm so paranoid about that.
And so I tried getting him to get out from under, but I must have spooked him really fucking hard because what he did, he fucking jolted out from under the SUV. He went around to the right side of the house where there was a gate that typically leads to the backyard. And he was so spooked, he did not care that there was a solid white metal gate that was currently closed. I should have heard a bang, like an echoed bang, like if you were like slap metal. Then I heard nothing for a few seconds, and I'm like, oh my god, did that cat just fucking concuss itself? And then I heard it skittering across the floor again. He was fine, apparently. I remember
He might have hurt himself. They try to play it off like they don't.
I kept seeing him repeatedly. He didn't express any signs of being, like, seriously injured. I think he just gave himself a fucking awful headache for a day or something. But he seemed fine. Eventually, I remember one night I was coming back from the liquor store that was on the same street, because that liquor store sold comic books too. That's how my brother and I got a lot of our comic books. And I think I got
I
like
too would combine drinking and comic books.
it was like a convenience store, but it was labeled as liquor store. So, you know, one of those bodega types of shits. Anyway, so it wasn't obviously as small as an actual bodega proper, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I worked for that place once.
How'd that go?
I was a flyer boy. My job was to put flyers on cars, on everything, on like walls, everywhere I could possibly think of putting them to advertise their business. The liquor store went out of business eventually and got replaced with a dentist. But hey, it was a pretty good ride most of the way there.
But was it a good dentist?
Wouldn't know. Never went. By the time the dentist replaced them, I had moved to the other place in my hometown. Oh, shit. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I used to go and grab like chips, the soda, and then head back so I could just eat like nachos or something while I watched a movie. I remember doing that one night. It was like kind of raining, it was like sprinkling. I remember hearing a little like meow on the way back, and apparently there was a kitty in one of the bushes that was following me. I kept looking back, and it was like one of those things where like the kitty kept getting closer and closer every time I turned around.
He just wants a nacho.
It was a tiny little dude that had 3 black legs and 1 white leg.
Aw.
At the time, we were renting out what used to be my room for a 4th person, so we could save a little bit more money. And that lady just kind of like took care of the cat for the day, because we didn't want to like leave the cat out while it was raining. And the next morning, we were like, all right, time to let you out. And I think the day afterwards, someone else noticed that the kitty was underneath a truck at the apartment that was right next to our house.
Oh, no.
Not run over. You're just chilling. Oh, wow.
That's still not very good.
Hey, I leveled up. Hey, it's time to do plot. Time to get the fuck out of here and do story. Wait, why are there 2 story things? What is this? Dredge tech. You cannot map travel in combat. I should probably not die. What is it? No, she picked up the kitty from under the truck, and she's like, okay, I'm gonna get this kitty sent to an animal shelter, or specifically a vet, and then make sure that he's not a stray or anything, and well, then I'll send him to an adoption shelter. And me being like 12 at the time, I was like, okay, goodbye, lady, goodbye, kitty. Then I never saw the cat again.
Aw.
Probably
Well, I
for
hope
the
that
best.
turned out well.
I sure do too. My hometown was pretty good about adopting pets and taking care of stray pets or stray animals. Probably for the best. I couldn't take care of pets. They gave me a beagle around that time, and I did a lousy job taking care of that beagle. I feel kind of bad, but it was a valuable lesson in teaching me that I just cannot take care of other animals.
Hmm.
And for me, I kind of internalized that as, man, I do not even want to be responsible for myself. I should not be responsible for an animal like a cat or a dog.
Arise, minion. Slayer, old Rack's sake, I hope
If you've got the motivation, one can teach the other.
those order representatives refuse to cooperate. Until someone
I think it's more of a
gets
lifestyle
charged,
thing.
Nothing will get done. It has to be someone they
It's,
respect. Someone unaffiliated.
same reason I think I would like to stay single.
I have
rarely said no to you, Scarty, or your
The way I
father.
live my life, I kind of
This
just
time I must.
don't want anyone telling me what to do, which equates for me to, like, I don't want to compromise for a relationship, and if I don't want to compromise for a relationship would never work. And I think that's fine. Like, I'm not going to tell anyone else what to do or how to live their lives or anything. I just want to live out my days peacefully and quietly as I can. And I feel like, to a lesser extent, that applies towards having pets, because, like, pets demand your attention. Pets want your affection and stuff like that. And I just feel like, with the way I view life and how I want to live it, it just wouldn't be fair to them, you know?
Yeah, I could see that.
What's going on? What was that all about?
With
Scarty,
cats, it
son of
varies a
Newt
little.
Whitebear, head of
You
the
can
Wolf
get
Guard,
ones
brings
that
more than
very
trouble in Holbrook.
directly, literally demand your attention,
Did I hear
or you could get
refuse to
one
help?
that barely wants
My
anything to
time
do
as a
with you.
hero is come and gone. You're the hero that Holbrook needs now. I will follow and advise you, of course, but this is your time and your challenge.
Come, Scarty's waiting in Holbrook and he needs help. He's
Pretty
meeting with some
lady.
dignitaries who are very important, but hard to manage.
The platonic ideal might be something like a fish.
Oh, no, I could never. Oh, man.
It's more that you can get pretty hardy ones.
Did I tell you about our fish?
Oh god, there's a story.
We used to have fish. We used to have 13 goldfish. My mom cleaned the tank once. We did no longer have 13 goldfish.
What did she do to clean it?
Bleach?
I was hoping you would say something else.
Did you want me to tell you the truth, or did you want me to lie?
Well, I guess the cat's out of the bag.
Yeah, and the fish were in it.
Did you get to flush them?
No. My brother did, probably.
Hmm.
Oh, dodge is double tap. Okay, I remember now.
Yeah, I would still recommend rebinding that to something like Shift. Double tap is the worst.
Yeah, that's what gets me killed in Cry of Fear. Alright, how do I do that again? It's, control options. Dodge. Oh, dodge is V. What the fuck? Oh, okay. Yeah, alright, I'll do that. Yeah, I think over the years we've had fish, dogs, turtles, cats, gerbils? My brother had hamsters. From what I recall, he said the hamsters did not get along.
Yeah, that happens. You wouldn't think it to look at them, but they can be vicious little
Vicious
fuckers.
little bastards. Would you like to continue the Hunter's Hearth? Yes.
And God forbid one of them has babies.
Oh, I've heard. I've heard. Do you ever see... I think it was a Reddit thread. I think Kid may have linked it.
Probably. He seems to be the Reddit lord lately.
It might have been Dom, too, actually. I guess if Dom denies it, then it was probably Kid. But it was basically a guy posting about how he got back home and saw that his hamster had broke it into his cleaning supplies and ate a bunch of baking soda. And the fucking hamster exploded?
Allegedly, that story is fake.
Okay, so you know which one I'm talking about.
So I'm choosing to believe that.
I'm choosing to believe it was fake. And that's a much less morbid picture. That's for sure. But I'm also willing to believe that a hamster is stupid enough to die in that way.
The rumors, yes. Here comes the
I mean, half of being a pet owner is just looking at your animal and going, "Why are you trying to eat poison?"
I've also made an observation lately that provided that the animal is a mammal, the smaller it is, the more fucking stupid it's gonna be. So, like, this applies towards hamsters, even pet rats, although sometimes pet rats can be smart. I did have a friend who had a pet rat. That was pretty cool.
Man, we're catching strays
Small dogs.
all over the place in this stream.
Small dogs. Oh, my fucking God. I cannot stand small dogs. And I hope my brother can hear me right now. Because he fucking knows I'm pointing this one at him. Small dogs get skittish at everything. You said small dogs, and Milo just looked at me betrayed. I would say
Except for
Milo's
the
like a
ones-
medium-sized dog. When I say small dog, I mean like a fucking Chihuahua Schnauzer size.
They get skittish at everything except for the ones that are unduly heroic.
I can't tell which one my brother's Schnauzer is. I think that one's just skittish. It barks at everything. What it does, his like, she'll like walk up to a child, growl. The child will affectionately approach the dog. She'll bark, and then she'll fucking run away.
Man.
It would have to eat vinegar and baking soda, and smaller animals are typically dumber, smaller brains. That's true. I guess. Yeah, if
Well,
whales
it's not
are
always
some-
about the cumulative size. It's usually about the relative size.
proportional size, like
Right, that's right.
small
Because
animals can
octopuses
have,
are very smart.
yeah, relatively large brains. And God knows what jellyfish are capable of.
Absolutely nothing. They literally don't have brains.
And yet they've existed as long as they have. Simply by being sentient electrical cables.
That's the life.
I want to be a sentient fucking power strip.
You must visit. Welcome, Slayer. I'd like you to meet representatives from the Vigil, the Derman Priory, and the Order of Whispers. They need your help.
You sound like you need to drink water.
I'm honored. I'll do what I can, but first I need to know more. What's the situation? Dredge activity's rising sharply up north. We've been finding
Water
dead
went
bodies
extinct in
with
these
horrific
parts 10,000 years
explosive
ago.
wounds.
But we're surrounded in
All three
ice.
orders have an interest, so we need to combine our efforts. But we can't agree on a course of action. I'll let them elaborate.
Welcome, Slayer. I'm Ifwin from the Order of Whispers. We specialize in covert activity, information, infiltration, and assassination. We found the bodies, we reported the strange wounds, and we heard rumors of a dredge attack on Scholar's Cleft, a priory facility in that region.
That complex is not well defended. Allow me to introduce myself. Scholar Prot of the German Priory.
He looks like he came out of
Scholar's
Avatar: The
Cleft
Last
is a place
Airbender.
of learning. We're studying the Elder Dragons there, and that research is too important to fall into Dredge hands.
The Vigil has other priorities. I'm Crusader Thurkill. Marauding Dredge are the problem? I say, no Dredge, no problem.
Oh.
Those tunneling
Yeah, I remember what I was
giants are
saying
squad.
earlier.
I'll punish them for that.
Yeah.
They can't do more harm.
No dredge, no problems. Like that's a
Two
fucking
objectives, two plans, but only
Starship
one
Troopers
Slayer.
line.
That leaves the question, who gets your help? The Dredge threat needs to be identified and contained. How will you begin?
I'm waiting for the
Protecting
funniest
Scholar's
possible
Cleft
moment to
or
reveal
avenging the
their
fallen
origin
Vigil squad?
story.
Me when my enemy is ontologically evil and I feel no wrong for killing them. Oh, so I can choose.
Yep, here's where the game opens up.
Oh, diplomacy, or I'm from Buenos Aires and I say kill them all.
Pretty much. I want to point out that who you choose at this juncture does not affect anything permanently in the future.
I see. So what you're saying is, I can choose to be incredibly funny.
Absolutely.
Everyone fights for something.
I don't like to admit it, but we've had trouble containing the dredge. I have a unit standing by, but we could still use your help. You had me at genocide. Oh my god.
I didn't even have to goad him into it.
I am role-playing as an evil fucking luchador necromancer. This does feel like the more in-character thing. Unless I could somehow spin diplomacy into being a Machiavellian plot to subvert the race into serving my ends.
Oh no, man.
That sounds horrible. That sounds
Oh,
horrible.
no, man.
That's horrible. I'm sorry.
Okay, this is the funniest possible moment to reveal their backstory.
Oh no.
The Dredge were originally the slaves of an evil dwarf faction. So this is some real return shit right here.
Oh god, I'm so sorry. Is entertained by the words cannibal and genocide. I'm beginning to question the streamer I follow.
Look, just don't think about it, okay?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. It was a bit. I
He's just
didn't
a
mean
little
to
guy.
exterminate an entire race of people.
He's just a little guy.
Oh my fucking god. There's something wrong with me, dude. Count me in. Good, very good. With the Slayer of Esorbia beside us, the Vigil can handle anything the Dredge throw at us. The sooner we get started. I could spin the diplomacy angle as, I'd say, more under new management.
Come on, man.
In that case, is just killing them all more of a mercy? I'm sorry, chat. I'm questioning this year and I'm playing the damn assassin. You're a professional killer. I'm a professional gravedigger. Okay, ultimately, I will say killing them all is the preferable option for a necromancer because more dead bodies means more serpents. I keep going back to serpent, dude. I'm sorry.
It kind of seems like you're just looking for a justification at this point.
I'm disappointed that the Slayer sided with the Vigil. But I suppose I understand the choice.
It's easy to see why. Obviously, the Slayer chose
Grave
to slay
emptier.
things.
Point taken.
You raise families.
I just hope our new friend can transcend that title's inherent limitations.
Are you shit talking me right in front of me?
What is the
I kind of respect it. Also, hi Fig.
That's the Norn way.
You just missed me implying genocide and slavery. Pig, are you at almost 60 viewers? I was at 90 earlier. For which I am eternally grateful. Strong student mantle. Ravaging student mantle. Hardy student mantle. I will take strong because I'm big strong. 8 slot invisible bag. Huh. You are encumbered. Damn it all! I think it was slightly more than implying. I don't know what you're talking about. We're covering it up. We have no such associations with such actions. The wide government has never done anything wrong. I love corn syrup.
Is that how we're spinning this?
Clip! No! There is no evidence. You have nothing on me. This is so bad. Fig joins right at the point where I do not only start the actual plot after lollygagging for like 3 hours, but when I choose to do the evil maxing route. Speaking of, hello new viewers, would you be interested in watching me play a game called Mass Effect? I've never played it before. Type 1 if you would be interested in watching me play a blind version of Mass Effect 1. I should probably read the quest log to see where I'm supposed to go. But only if you play all 3. Well, good news for you. I have the Mass Effect Legendary Collection or something. Whatever that's called. That's the version you're supposed to play, right?
I mean, it's the newest version. I don't know if you would say you're supposed to play it.
Is there a major difference?
Major, maybe not.
Why are you short? Oh, that's why he's kid. Ah, I didn't know he played Guild Wars 2.
He did, actually. He quit first.
Oh. Is it because people called him short? Oh, there he is again.
No, I think he quit because he didn't like me.
Oh.
At the time.
He eventually warmed up to you.
I hope we can describe our current relationship that way.
His heart is as frigid as ice for you. Lion's Arch Asuragate.
Yeah, you know what? If he feels nothing for me, I'll still consider that a win. If it's just pure neutral, there's no sentiment, I think that's fine.
It gives you everything, so it's the best version of it.
Technically, it excludes at least one of the DLCs for Mass Effect 1, but it was something that you don't need to play.
Now, I was going to say, that's kind of how I feel about the pixel remasters of Final Fantasy, because, like, for example, Final Fantasy II is a wholly remade version of the original Final Fantasy II for the Famicom. Which means, if you recall, I explained to you the post-game story where you play as the dead guys.
Mm-hmm.
Not a thing in the pixel remaster. And the original story they introduced in the PSP release of Final Fantasy II, not in the remaster either. Which, I guess, just based on the title of Pixel Remaster, is not necessarily what their intention is, but at the same time, it feels like almost a missed opportunity. Oh! You must be level 35 to enter this area. Good news, everyone! We're back to grinding!
I believe that leads to a city. But you'll get there. And when you do, we'll have some fun things to talk about.
Oh wait, I could just go over here. Wait, that's not the same symbol, is it? That's a spiral. That's a star. Shit. Okay, I guess it's time to do side quests.
Those kids, so arrogant, so loud.
Scott sprites exist in the code of PR2. So that implies they were going to try doing the post-game content in the Pixel Remaster, but then they just didn't. That's a little fucked up. Mount Trial expired. Yeah, whatever.
Oh well.
Not like I ever use that thing. You think we use mounts in this game? No, we walk around. We go shit blind. The reason I find the idea of the Pixel Remaster is kind of disappointing is because I grew up on the Game Boy Advance releases, and at least for Final Fantasy 1, what that did was like introduce optional dungeons that you could actually go to not just post-game, but like as soon as you beat the significant bosses of the game. So like the equivalent to like if you beat like Titan, Ifrit, or Garuda, you would unlock an entirely new dungeon that lets you fight bosses from the later Final Fantasy games and get different gear and stuff like that. I will say FF3PR is the definitive version. I can't say it about the others. The weird thing is that, like, the reason you can say that is because the Final Fantasy 3 DS release is such a different beast that it's not really, like, the same. It's odd. Let's see. What haven't we explored around here?
Easier to find what you haven't explored.
Oh, you mean all this shit? You know what? Let's go to the desert. Why not? Why not go to Ascalon? Why not go from a level 15 to 25 zone to a level 50 to 60 zone? Why not?
Who said it was the desert?
No, it's a plain. That's fine. We'll just describe this place as Texas and be done with it. Everyone knows all of Texas is just a big desert. It's the largest state in the world, larger than most continents. Not continents. Larger than most countries. But no, it's just a big desert.
Texans act like it is.
I'm listening.
I think that depends on the Texan. 'Cause I don't think the Texans who go through hurricanes will be like, yeah, this is a fucking desert. You talking smack on where I'm from?
I mean, Texans act like it is bigger than most continents.
Where I'm from? Well, where I live. Yeehaw, partner. Wait, I already did this. I'm leaving. Wait, no, I didn't do this. This was the quest I was like, nah, I'm just gonna go to the other zone. How the hell do you pronounce that? Disa Plateau? Disa Plateau?
I believe it's Diesa.
Diesa, okay. Yes, my favorite Nintendo handheld.
Or at least that's how I've been saying it for... How long has it been? 14 years?
You must visit more often.
Old.
No, it's more like 17 years.
Old! Pig, while I'm here, how do you feel about when a game inconveniences the player? In
Good.
what way? Like, that... Missable content. Ooh. In the case of Nier, hate it. I believe the re-release of Nier lets you redo content, redo quests after the halfway point because, spoilers for the original Nier, something really, really, really bad happens halfway through the game, and, for reasons, you can't do quests from the first half of the game. Personally, I will always advocate for a game to convince the player. So, here's the thing. The reason I don't like Nier doing that is that normally I would be okay with it because they would be trying to teach you, like, hey, if you want to do all these quests, you better do them as soon as you get them because all of these people are people you shouldn't be taking for granted. And that's a lesson that I'm pretty sure Yoko Taro was going for with that first game. However, due to the nature of the game and how you achieve its multiple endings, you would have to restart the game, as in way hell from the beginning, rather than the way that the game allows you to do, which is to restart the game from the halfway point. And I also say this because it is an incredible hassle to play the second half of Nier 4 times. Okay, theoretically 3 times if you are smart and leave a save right before the final dungeon on the 3rd playthrough. Because the game that did that, you remember it did that, it sticks with you. I agree. But it's also hella inconvenient because of how it tacks that on for the last 3 playthroughs. I remember Nier more for its endings and the overall plot rather than that specific meta aspect. Because Nier specifically does something way more interesting with its meta aspect at the end of the game, when you get the 5th ending, which requires you to delete your save. My problem is that, like...
Oh, did they do that in the original Nier 2?
Yes. And when in that specific case, it was gone forever. Like, gone.
Is it not gone forever in Automata?
I think you can recover an Automata. It's been a while, but...
Well, I imagine you can recover it by, like, PlayStation backups. But that's about it, isn't it?
With the PS3, it hard deletes the save from your hard drive. But I think Automata subverts that by letting you fight for it again. I'm not remembering. I might be misremembering, actually. I think it does delete that, but that did come from the original Nier. Where in that case, you specifically had to delete your data because it was the equivalent of erasing your own existence. Although Automata is very similar about it, but in that case, it's like you are literally deleting your memory, which is the only way you have a backup.
The only thing that'll keep me from it is death. You going?
I plan to come back with so much meat between my teeth, I'll be chewing on it for days.
What on earth is that conversation? I like it. That's nice. Alright, what am I doing here?
I deleted my Automata save, for the record.
Ah, okay. Yeah, Nier was very novel in that Automata, I believe, lets you do quests from 2B's campaign as 9S or A2, so...
As 9S, yes.
Yeah, I think it lets you do that. The original Nier does not. First half of the game, you did not do a side quest? Fuck you, it's gone forever. But yeah, Fig says, my problem is that, like, because Automata is a bad game, that's a hot take. That's a very interesting point to make.
I don't think today is especially sanded down compared to any other particular time, especially around 2010. Games were becoming very standardized as almost playing themselves.
I will say 7th gen is probably the worst gen to ever hit a console. Not counting, like, the Atari era, I guess. Fig is just saying things. He just be spouting bullshit just because he likes to get a reaction out of that. I will say I don't entirely disagree with the point that Automata isn't as good as the original Nier in some aspects. It is profoundly better in most regards, but in some, I do think I prefer the original Nier release. I think it's reductive to say that one is explicitly better than the other. Because frankly, between you and me, I would rather not fucking play PS3 Nier over and over again to get that last ending. The minute gameplay loop of Automata is much better. Back on the original topic, I'm comparing 4th, 5th, 6th gen to 7th onwards. So, is that Nintendo era to PS2 era compared to PS3 to today? Green Hills discovered. Holy shit, I'm in Sonic. Fallen ally. Okay. Let me go pick up that guy. Super Nintendo to PS2, yeah, and PS3 today. Wow, way to exclude the original Nintendo system. You big meanie. The ZX Spectrum worked very hard to be part of that generation. I don't fucking care about the Spectrum.
I'm clipping that out of context.
Shut up! Don't send that to Kid!
No, if I send it to Kid, he might kill me. He has a katana.
Okay, I'll say... Katanas don't scare me. I had a friend who had a katana, and he didn't cut me with it. I cut myself with it on accident because I held it incorrectly.
What the hell are you doing, man?
Actually, it wasn't the katana I cut myself with. He had this shark saber. It was like, it was weirdly decorated sword. Like, I don't think it would ever be practical. Well, I mean, you could stab someone with it. You could definitely slash someone with it. It was definitely sharp. Actually, no, it wasn't even sharp. It was kind of like dull, which is why I grabbed it. I was like, huh, this feels really, like, not sharp at all. And then 2 seconds later, I looked at my thumb and it was cut open. I was just like, hey, do you guys have Band-Aids? And he thought I was joking. He was like, what, did you cut yourself or something? And then I showed my thumb at him and he was like, what the fuck, dude? I'm kind of stupid.
No, I cut my thumb open once too, but it was with a pocket knife.
It turns out you should hold a sword by the hilt, especially if it's a jagged tooth sword. Meattoberfest. It's all about the meat. Grilled, fried, braised, boiled, and raw. Good fun to be had by all. Too much fun by some. And we've got our party crashes too. Unwanted guests. So, Meattoberfest was your idea? What is he saying? Metal Saga for the PS2 has a tank you need to win at an auction, but the game will only notify you of the auction happening once, and you have 30 in real life minutes to get to the auction location, or else the tank is lost forever.
That's what's up.
I would say I'm okay with that because it's not essential to the player experience. If that were to happen in a Banpresto game, I would fucking strangle whoever developed that game. Here's some subtle foreshadowing to this funny game called Super Tokusatsu Taisen 2001, which is a game that has a mythical number of branching paths based on what happens in a given stage and whether or not certain characters are defeated in that stage, even if they aren't permanently killed. I'm trying not to think about that, though. Oh, don't worry, Fake. I definitely wasn't talking about Super Tokusatsu Taisen 2001. Why is that name so fucking long? Who remembers? Meattoberfest is one of our biggest festivals here on the Essa Plateau. It draws revelers from all over the area. Next year is our 10th year. Alright, so basically just, keep out all the people who are trying to break into Meattoberfest. You got it. Protect the fireworks launchers from separatists. Am I reading that correctly? I get to halt political dissent with force.
Yeah, so remember when I mentioned the Cat War?
Cat Wars 2. Cat Wars 2.
Yeah, if you stay in Ascalon, you'll learn more about it.
Why am I like... Why am I projecting vibes?
It's just part of your persona.
You have the unsettling feeling that you're being monitored. Yeah? Is the fucking chicken watching me? What the hell is going on over there? Soul. Aurora Borealis. Aurora Borealis! At this part of the day, in this part of Ascalon, localized entirely next to Meattober. Oh, I forgot to summon my things again. Look, guys, it's time for Meattober. Eat up, gentlemen. Man, this guy be looking like the kind of shit you see in KFC. I'm being watched again.
Oh, is that why the one on the corner closed?
What?
KFC near me closed.
Oh. I thought you were talking about the fucking paranoia thing that was happening to me. Actually, you just reminded me. I went to a chicken restaurant today. Now, for those of you who know me, that wouldn't be particularly special. But, this one was a ways away. Like, a good 20 or something. No, honestly, it was like a good half-hour drive away from me. And the reason I got food from there is because it was a franchise of a restaurant that started out with a single location right across the street from where I used to live in my hometown. And it's a very interesting feeling seeing something that was so, like, local to you gradually expand, become more well-known across the country, because I'm pretty sure now they have locations from coast to coast. And then I had it today, and I was just like, oh, it tastes different. And I don't know. It's not like it was there, it was a staple since I was a kid or anything. But it was around when I was still in high school. Like, towards the end of me being in high school, I would say. And yet I still feel like a part of my childhood died when I ate that fucking chicken, because I was like, huh. It don't taste the same anymore. The seasons are
Yeah.
The seasoning is similar. That tastes similar enough, right?
It's my destiny.
But
The food changes, taste buds change. It's all some shit.
the seasoning changed a little. The texture of the fries changed. They used to be crinkle cut, but now they're just like those regular, like, rectangular cut fries. Those stick cut fries. And then the sandwich, which is okay. And the sauce was not nearly as spicy as it used to be. Now that, I can blame on the fact that I just constantly eat spicy food. And if you're new to the stream, hi, I liked eating a bunch of different hot sauces and I frequently taste test a bunch of them. If I hit 600 followers by the end of the month, I'll do a hot sauce stream. How about that? No, but the sauce just didn't taste the same. It tasted like Have you ever been to Raising Cane's?
No, actually.
Okay. What would I compare it to? You ever been to Popeyes?
No.
Damn.
I actually haven't been to a lot of restaurants, especially
Are there
the
any
last
fast food
6 years.
chicken restaurants you've been to? Actually,
Specifically chicken, no.
have you been to Culver's?
No, I don't think they have them here.
They don't? I swear they do.
I've never seen one.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's in your state, just not in, like, anywhere near your part of the state, I guess.
Maybe.
But oof, okay. Anywhere that uses dipping sauces.
Experience makes me strong.
Buffalo Wild Wings?
Fuck, you're making me stretch for this one. I would say it tastes the sauce that I'm describing now tastes probably closest to if you got the standard medium hot sauce from Buffalo Wild Wings and mixed it with a little bit of ranch.
Ew.
And the reason I'm describing it as such is because what it used to taste like when I first went to that original restaurant, it used to taste more like... It was a very tangy sauce where it was, like, not so fiercely spicy. Well, I mean, I'm describing medium buffalo sauce at Buffalo Wild Wings is fierce. But it was, like, this nice, thick, creamy, spicy sauce, I would describe it as, because there was actual spice in it, and it was the spice part of it that was actually, like, spicy. Like, the actual seasoned part of the sauce was where the heat came from. And the, like, creamy part of the sauce was more akin to, like... I don't know how to describe it. It was, like, not super sweet. A little sweet, I would describe it. Had a tinge of spice, but was, like, a nice dressing.
Okay.
It was unique. But now it just kind of tastes like diluted, like, buffalo sauce ranch sauce. Which is shameful.
Yeah, it happens.
It's a shame.
Gotta get the margins.
Yeah. That, and it's kind of, I suppose, if the operator... If the owner operates with as much integrity as I suppose they used to, once you franchise that much, it's kind of hard to quality check all of them unless you are Ray Kroc.
Very true.
Sorry, I was so wrapped up in waxing poetic about hot sauces that I didn't read chat. Fig says, say pig, I may have a change to my schedule. Would you be down for Thursdays if you wanted me to co-host? What would I stream? What would you want me to play with you?
Canes, obviously.
I love Canes. I'm gonna say it. Canes is overrated.
Duo chicken rating streams.
Final Fantasy VI, clearly. Oh my... Oh, I don't know if I can stomach multiple RPGs. Dual dipping streams. Why am I attacking these guys? They're level 17. I should be finding other places. Yeah, I should be assisting the court. Oh. That's exactly what I'm doing. Well, I suppose it's easy enough to break them down.
Destroy the tunnels. Those sod hoppers are lost without their homes.
Were we the bad guys? Nah,
don't question it.
It's fine. We're bodies for the file. You did bring up Dirge of Cerberus as a possible co-stream. This guy wants me to stream Dirge of Cerberus Final Fantasy VII. Fuck it, why not? Don't you put that evil on me? The reason I brought it up is because Dirge of Cerberus Final Fantasy VII was one of my first experiences with Final Fantasy as a whole, and my first experience with Final Fantasy VII.
The Dredge are ruining our business.
Only thing that can ruin our
For context, Final Fantasy VII is a traditional RPG that is said to have revolutionized the medium. Right, at the very least, put it on the map for a lot of Western people in particular. Not that I need to provide context for what Final Fantasy VII is, but there you go. Now, for additional context, Dirge of Cerberus Final Fantasy VII is a PS2 spin-off game based on that property that happened after the movie Final Fantasy VII Advent Children, and is a beat-em-up first-person / third-person game where you play as the monster dude who was an optional party member of the original Final Fantasy VII, and is kind of like some weird, not Devil May Cry. It's weird. It's weird. Was DLC post AC? Yes. Yes. At the very least, it takes place afterwards in the timeline. I think Advent Children was 2005, 2006? And I think Dirge of Cerberus was 2006 or 2007. Yeah, Dirge of Cerberus was 2006. Oh, and it features Ruby's favorite musical artist doing the main theme for the game. The joke is that Gak currently haunts Malaysia and...
Yeah, I was trying to think who it was, and I was just barely getting to that answer.
Yeah. We could do Metal Slug TVH. Oh man, when was the last time I streamed Metal Slug? The last time I streamed a Metal Slug game, the challenge was every time I die in Metal Slug, I sing a karaoke song.
By the time the
stream ended, I sounded like this.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you better keep some lozenges or something.
No, I think I ended up changing the conditions to game over once I realized, oh, right. A no death run of Metal Slug is a no hit run. Oops.
Yeah, me and my brothers never beat that game when we were kids. I think we only rented it too, which didn't help.
Oh, I emulated that shit on a fucking Neo Geo emulator. You see, it's a tradition in Mexican-American families and Mexican families that we just fucking have, like, pirated copies of every fucking SNK game ever. Especially King of Fighters. Oh, sorry. You're one... I'm not going to entertain that joke any further.
Exactly. A hated boss is an effective boss.
I think I might be working for assholes. I wonder if the Steam ports have online co-op. I think they do. I think the first Metal Slug I ever beat was Metal Slug X. I think that's the one, because that's the one that has Trevor in it, right? Repair drilling machines, detonate rock piles, slay dredge. Oh. X is just a slightly different version of 2. Trevor? Why am I calling him Trevor? Yeah, Trevor Spacey. You will not gaslight me. I remember that dude's name. Trevor's from 4 and only 4? Oh, right. I was playing a pirated version of X that swapped out... fucking what's his name? Not Marco. His friend. The other guy. The one that Trevor replaced in 4. I played a pirated version of X that had Trevor in it. Instead of Tarma. I'm learning how to work ore. Oh, I'm level 31. I have axes that I can't use. I got elite skills, though. That's cool. 4 replaces Tarma and Eri with Trevor and Nadia. Inferior characters to BH. I like Tarma more. I think Tarma's a cool guy. You know something funny, Gramp?
What's that?
When I was visiting family in Mexico, there was a bunch of, like, small corner stores. A lot of corners, you might say. But a common feature in all of those is that they tended to have arcade cabinets, quote unquote. What I really mean is that they had a lot of jailbroken Xbox 360s that had emulators that let you play a bunch of arcade games.
Yes. I am familiar with this concept.
They made a lot of money by operating coin-operated Xbox 360s. Oh, no fucking chance in hell you're gonna make me do that.
Do what?
Is the whack-a-mole an actual thing that I have to... Oh my god, they're invulnerable. I have to actually whack them with the whack-a-mole, don't I? Please, I beg
looks
you.
like it.
This is awful. 6 has the usual 4, but also 2 new characters. It's the Akati Warriors. No, Ralph and Clark. I have fond memory of those jailbroken Xbox 360s because it wasn't just that they were emulating those arcade games. It was really fucked up bootleg versions of those games that were hacked. So not one version of those games played alike. And characters would have like completely different animations or different like frame data and different combos and shit. It was bizarre. Although there was always one thing that those games had in common. You weren't allowed to play as Rugal. I never understood why that was a problem until I found a version of KOF 2002 that lets you play as Rugal. Now, for those of you who don't know, Rugal Bernstein is the final boss of the original King of Fighters. Omega Rugal, as he is depicted in King of Fighters 2002, is the final boss of that game and is effectively a super boss who is intentionally busted to rack quarters out of you. To the point where he has combos that will effectively kill the player upon contact. I believe those are called Touch of Death combos. Nah, sure, those have always existed at some point. But Omega Rugal's idea of a Touch of Death combo is Genocide Cutter. Genocide Cutter. Ha ha ha. And that's it. For the record, a Genocide Cutter requires you to do a simple Shoryuken combo, or Shoryuken input. That's it. You do Shoryuken twice, and congratulations, you won as Rugal. What a fucking beautiful game that SNK developed.
Woo, yay.
Wahoo, as the kids might say. The Mexican playing Yashiro. We do enjoy some Yashiros, don't we? I'm sorry, Gramp. This is completely out of your field of expertise, isn't it?
Nah, don't mind me. I'm chilling.
To explain, Yashiro is, like... He does capoeira. He's a combination of, like, dance moves and capoeira, which is a traditional Brazilian fighting style, I want to say. He's also a grappler, which means he tends to do damage by grabbing you. He is, a beloved Mexican fixture. He has a very funny dance kick that counts as a sweep. I have to activate my latent Mexican blood to play SNK games. Yeah. It's your inner, fucking inner shadow. Inside this warrior of light, there are multiple wolves. One of them is a Mexican. God, I'm now imagining myself playing as a Dark Knight and summoning Frey, except my version of Frey speaks exclusively in Spanish expletives.
I'm sure there's a mod for that.
Honestly, that sounds like Frey. Ahora te voy a matar, hijo de puta! Wait, was I supposed to destroy that? Oh well, that's someone else's problem.
Gone now.
Alexander's foreign cousin, Alejandro Perfecto. God, could you imagine you're doing T, and then rather than the traditional perfect Alexander transition, a second Alexander with the comically large mustache shows up?
Okay, but Rise in a mariachi cover would go pretty hard.
Oh God, I'm just imagining. Da, 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 da.
Hell yeah.
Wait, I already did the fucking quest. Why am I just walking around killing things?
Event quest.
Fair enough. Now does serve, slave, slave, slay? You could translate it to something that would work in an equivalent rap. That gets done all the time. There are a lot of covers of rap songs in Spanish. Soy Dante, el exterminador de demonios. I think it might be a rite of passage for me to play DMC in Spanish. Oh, phrase catchphrase, that's right.
You can only do that if you add a mustache to your avatar.
Do you have an idea how easy it would be to do that?
I didn't say it had to be hard. I said you had to do it.
Let's see, how would I translate that? I'd say servir, salvar, esclavar, asesinar. That's how you would translate that if you wanted to keep the alliteration, I suppose. Because slay doesn't have a word that in Spanish that explicitly starts with Spanish, I think. Because the more direct translation would be matar, which is to kill, or asesinar, which is to, as it might sound,
right
assassinate or murder. Alright, let's go down this way and see what happens. That's still safe. I guess if it's just slave, it would be esclava or esclavo, I guess. I'm sorry, my Spanish isn't as good as I want it to be. I've been working on it though. Every day I've been trying to read in Spanish just to like polish up on it. I don't imagine that I will be speaking Spanish regularly on streams every day. But if it so happens that someone tries to communicate with me in Spanish and try not to belittle me for not completely understanding everything, then I'd be happy to talk in Spanish with them. After all, I have 2 people helping me. And they're perfectly kind about it. My God, there's so many dead people around here. That should be a really notably shitty shoe polish mustache. Oh, trust me. I know exactly what kind of mustache I'm gonna get. Put on a cow disguise and demonstrate techniques to the cows.
Hell yeah.
The rancher is dead.
That's why you gotta demonstrate. He's not there to do it. Sorry, I heard some noise, but it was just the cat.
Was it Chongus?
No, actually.
Man, why the fuck would you... sorry to farm next to these fucking things. Jesus.
Well, the funny thing about worms is they don't really care where you are.
That's true.
They'll just show up.
That's a bit fucked up. Man, I hate tremors. Oh man, look at all these dead refugees.
Not a topical statement at all.
Why is that peasant a ghost? Why are they attacking me? What?
Chat, does he know?
Hija de su puta madre, te voy a matar.
That's what you get for attacking a medic. We could actually do Stranger of Paradise.
You have a new skill slot, by the way.
I do, don't I? Elite skills. Ah! Shapeshift the Norn Raven form. Does this do what I think it does? Norn Wolf form.
Inside of you, there is a wolf.
No!
There's also...
No! 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 No!
Look at this idiot. I didn't lie. There's just also a cat. And a bird and a bear.
I turned into that fucking Pokemon. Honestly, TBH, a weekly SOP stream could be a fun way of doing the post-game stream. You know what? Why not? I'll do Stranger Paradise. Why not? It'll be an interesting way for me to practice keeping to a schedule.
I will say, it is very funny that you encountered the pinnacle of your heritage and immediately shied away from it.
A snow leopard?
Not the snow leopard specifically, but just the
either way,
transformation.
I wasn't aware that I would turn into Tony the fucking Tiger, okay? I thought I was going to literally turn into a leopard. Do you understand the difference? Damn it, ads, I can't hear while the shit talking me. The one downside of SOP co-op is the drip is decided by the host. Well, guess what? I'm hosting, fucker. Assuming I can even run the game. I haven't checked.
Are you gonna make everyone go naked?
Yes, everyone's gonna be naked as the day they were born. The clowns of light.
He's got a point.
Spare me your lectures. I'm just here to kill chaos. Walks away. Holy shit, this rancher cannot fucking live. I'm tempted to go Sage and co-op. Daring today, aren't we? As it turns out, ranching does not train you to get shot at by death worms. You know what? I should be more sympathetic. You're right. I should show more kindness and empathy towards these fucking peasant farmers.
Nah, they can go to hell.
Wow, Sage can use a gun? Oh.
14 Sage can use 4 guns.
I'm surrounded by fucking corpses.
Unfortunately, I've never actually seen anyone use those noliths that look like flintlocks.
Are those the ones that drop from Garlemald Express?
Maybe. The ones I'm thinking of are actually from Nabatharang.
Oh yeah, I saw those ones because
Or I guess it was Malak as well. Excuse me.
Yeah, okay. I did Malakas as well. I didn't get them because I was leveling, I think, Pictomancer at the time. And... No, it wasn't Pictomancer because Pictomancer... No, it was Pictomancer, actually, yeah. And I didn't get it because, you know, obviously not the right role or class. But I was like, huh, these kind of look cool. I tried rolling Greed. Healer was a Sage.
Yep, so it goes. I actually did get them, but I couldn't justify using them.
Because you don't use Sage ever?
I use Sage all the time. It's my preferred dungeon healer.
Oh. Right, I'm so used to seeing you as an AST.
When was the last time you saw that?
I think I saw you as an AST and that burned the mental image into my head and then I just... It was either that or Bard, and that's how I always saw you from then on.
I fucking hate Bard, man.
No, Bard makes me sad.
It's a little better now, but in Endwalker, it was just so miserable.
Okay, but SOP Sage can cast Ultima. Wasn't I just shit-talking Ultima the last time we did one of these streams?
I think you were.
I was explaining the origins of Ultima in Final Fantasy II to you and how that spell didn't fucking work in the original release of the game. Wow, just a bunch of fucking farms here. Is that telling me to pick up cow shit?
I'm pretty sure you can eat it. Nope, you can only throw it.
That's because Magic in 2 is just total dog shit offensively. I think Ultima is exceptionally useless in Final Fantasy 2. Like, it's worse. It's worse than, like, casting fire. Finally, have one of the DLC subclasses for Sage of Soul of Minmu. Neat. Yeah, that is technically true. I think Minmu is technically the first example of a Sage in the Final Fantasy games. He's never described as such, but based on his initial moveset, he has access to what you would expect a Sage to have, which is a mixture of highly potent healing spells and access to some significant damaging spells. Even if they're not like conventional like Black Mage spells. I always like Minmu. He's weird, but I appreciate him for what he is, what role he serves. Wow. Wait, what is that level scaling? Has it always been level syncing me?
Yeah. Yes.
That explains a lot. I'm not good at reading.
Yes, that's one of the reasons this game is functional.
Oh,
although
because you can't have a level 100 person come into the fucking West Shroud and just like kill everything.
You can, but it's a little different. They're still vulnerable to some extent.
Gear level?
Gear level is a big part of the level sync for when you are leveling a character. But once you have max level gear, it doesn't really make a difference. In fact, that's really one of the big differences between what you are now and a max level character. A max level character could come in and just kill everything instantly, but you know, like in a prolonged event, especially if a number of players join to scale it up, they can and will die.
Huh. What the hell is this? Commander Nova 2B. Commander Kingsguard General.
That's I believe that is a cat mander.
Huh. Well, I won't bother them. I'm sure they got plenty on their plate. That being said, I do see something I want to collect. Holy shit. A cliff racer. Die.
What was I going to say? All right.
Make this jump.
So one of the basically the driving force for any friction you experience in your leveling journey is going to be because of your gear. Basically, at any time, you don't need to get new gear, but new gear exists that you can acquire that will drastically increase your power.
That's cool.
Yeah, so I experimented once by buying a level 40 character, the maximum best gear possible for a level 40, and it dramatically outperformed just a standard level character that doesn't really care too much about gear.
Huh.
Even with relatively at level gear, just having level max is a significant buff.
That's an interesting way to make the damage scale.
Doesn't quite work. You still get really overpowered, but you know, they aren't literally going around one-shotting everything, so you do have a chance to participate.
I was gonna say, like, what game doesn't eventually face that problem?
Yeah, this effort at it is more admirable than most, but it's hamstrung by the general trend of player power increasing over time.
Welcome to Rain Timber Mill. You here to help out with the Skelk training program? Sounds good to me. Help train young Skelk. Order trained Skelk to assist around the mill and take out hostile Skelk around the mill. This feels like a dangerous distinction to make. What constitutes as hostile? Oh, they have red names. It's fine. I can just kill them.
It's coming right for us.
Not like this guy who's already Yamcha posing on the ground. Can I kill? Nope. Can I kill the guy before the worker does? Clearly the answer was no. Oh, and he despawned. I think that guy's permanently dead now. Well, we did what we could, and that's how I lost my medical license.
Most benevolent necromancer.
Does the medic from TF2 count as a necromancer? I think he does. Especially if you take Man vs. Machine into consideration. Where it's a literal gameplay mechanic that you could just fire your medigun at dead players and bring them back to life. I think the comics mentioned that he sold his soul to the devil, but like he is anchored to our plane of reality because he stole the rest of the team's souls, which is why he can just heal them indefinitely.
My only familiarity with TF2 characters is from the Meet the Teams videos.
And honestly, I would say those are like a masterclass in like just showing you what a character is all about in a very short span of time. Because, like, even if you don't play the game, if you watch those videos, you get a pretty good idea of what they're all about. Would you agree?
I had to think about it for a second, but then I remembered the pyro. There's no way to disagree after that.
Like, I would say my least favorite of the Meet the Team is probably Meet the Scout. And even then, that one's got memorable lines. It's got a bucket of chicken.
Implementing the sandwich stealing mechanic is a nice touch.
That is true. I kind of feel bad for what TF2's been through for the past few years. But at the same time, I'm like, if Valve doesn't really care about, like, really managing the problems that TF2 deals with, I shouldn't be too upset either. They're dealing with other shit. Drakenbrood finished in first place. Drakenbrood wins. Huh?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Is that the real Guild Wars?
In some ways. I should have logged in to do that race. No one beats me.
Oh, did you want to hop in to flex on them?
I do like flexing in races. So for context, they're mount races.
You're avoiding my mistakes.
So mounts in this game are not just arcadey speed boosts like they are in other games like 14.
Mm-hmm.
They behave much more animalistically, not outside your control, but with defined parameters. Like, for instance, the raptor that you had access to for a short time can leap long distances, and you also get a beetle that you have like a gravitational anchor to, and it spins like really fast and goes like 60 miles an hour.
Huh.
Yeah, so they're all specialized like that, but just in general, they're really diverse, expressive, and enjoyable to use. There was a time, I want to say in like 2018, or maybe late 2017, where I went around to all the races in the game and just beat everyone in the guild's records at them.
Journeyman Maintenance Oil. It's a 30-minute buff. Gain condition damage equal to 2% of your precision. 10% experience from kills. Interesting. Wait, what is the difference? Oh, concentration, condition damage, and power. Unidentified die. That's cute. Which stat would I want to go for? Concentration?
Well, since it's a consumable, it doesn't really matter what you pick because it's not going to be a mainstay.
True, fair enough.
Concentration you definitely don't leverage though.
Nah, I think I'll just do condition damage.
Using your current build.
I figure condition damage would be better for what I'm doing because I throw out a bunch of AoEs that do damage over time.
That's reasonable.
Okay.
If you think you need a little boost, you can use that. And since we're discussing your build, this is a good time to review what traits or skills you may buy right now.
Indeed. Okay, let's look at Signet of Vampirism.
In particular, you may max out your minion line.
Oh yeah. Summon Flesh Golem. Yay! I've done it. I've completed my my best buddy system.
I believe you also have traits open now, which are the specialization menu below the skills.
Spite, curses, death magic, blood magic, soul reaping. Oh, and then of course your specialization. Reaper,
So you could
Scourge, or Harbinger.
You could spend time reading through all that if you like, but I'll go ahead and tell you that minions benefit from death magic.
Death magic focusing on summoning and use of undead minions. As you create minions or inflict suffering on your foes, inflict suffering implying damage over time. On your foes, you gain Death's Carapace, granting additional toughness and increasing power.
So you see, after you summoned your minions, they turn into these different skills, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can use those just whenever, and they'll inflict some sort of conditions on your enemies.
Oh.
The Flesh Golem is nice because he's a bully.
What does that mean?
You can use him and find out.
Charge. Command your Flesh Golem to gain stability and charge a foe, knocking down or launching enemies in its path. Cannot be knocked down, pushed back, pulled, launched, stunned, dazed, floated, sunk, feared, or taunted. Okay, that's kind of funny. Now, does he stay on the field like the rest of them, or is he a unique case?
No, they all operate in the same way.
Oh, fantastic. No more furry. Instead, I summon my best buddy, Abomination and Affront to God.
Heritage Forgotten.
It's me, guys. I'm the hero. Alright, so Armored Shroud minor trait. Gain Carapace when entering Shroud. That's this. Okay. Flesh of the Master. Minions have increased health. Oh! Gain Carapace for each minion you control. Well, now. Poison damage is increased. Applying poison grants Carapace. Ooh. Lose a condition when you enter Shroud and every few seconds while you remain in Shroud. Gain Carapace when removing conditions from yourself. So in other words, I just become tougher the more I stay in that state and remove debuffs?
Yep.
Your passive life force generation from nearby deaths is increased. Kills grant Carapace when you enter Shroud. Gain life force per stack. Oh, so I basically become unkillable in this state. As long as I have things to kill.
Now you're thinking with death magic.
Necromantic Corruption. Minions deal more damage and take conditions from you. When a minion attacks, it transfers conditions to its...
I just want to point out, before you get too crazy,
Uh-huh.
You don't get all of these passively. You have to select them.
Oh.
In the menu above the trait window you're unlocking these from, you have to select your specializations. On the left-hand side, it's a tab.
Oh, this. Build. Specializations. Death magic. I said death magic. And then I will pick... I'll pick Flesh of the Master, I think.
Yeah, this screen is where the real complexity of Guild Wars 2 comes into play, because you can learn all the skills you have fairly easily, but keeping in mind all of the traits you have access to and how they interact with what you're using is the real area of skill expression.
The build I'm going for, from what I can see, is that I'm going for making my minions stronger and making them effectively tank for me by absorbing my debuffs and having more health and transferring my debuffs to what they hit. When you or one of your minions is down, create a Poison Nova. Summon a Jagged Horror when you kill a foe. That sounds interesting. Corruptor's Fervor. Inflicting a corruption on a foe grants Carapace gain pulsing protection while at or above the threshold. That's nice to reduce damage, but I think I still prefer the first one just out of summon something every time I kill something. That's pretty nice. And I assume that's meant to interact with one of your minions that's down, create a Poison Nova. So I create explosive minions. Wonderful.
That was a solid build back in Guild Wars 1.
Not so much now?
I mean, I don't know. I haven't played Necromancer in a long time.
Unholy Sanctuary. Regenerate health while in Shroud. If your life force is above the threshold, your Shroud will activate if you would take a lethal blow. That sounds like a crutch.
In general, if I mention Guild Wars 1, assume it just doesn't work the same way, because it's a different game.
Still, I don't think it's the worst.
I mean, it should be good.
Okay. I am now at 3 points, but now I can assign Death Nova. I can feel the power surging through my veins, Gramp.
Now you're motivated.
But wait, what are these? Specialization slot 2? Is that just for, like, convenience of building mutually exclusive stuff?
Well, no. As you level, you'll unlock additional trait lines that you can run simultaneously.
Pog? That's pretty
I believe
good.
you still have skill points if you want to keep investing in your death magic.
I have 3 more skill points. I don't think I can train anymore.
Oh, only 3? Okay.
Still, I did get a lot. That's pretty good. I made a lot of progress without even really meaning to. We just kind of like bullshit and kept walking around, and eventually it was just stronger.
Yeah, that's one of the beautiful things about this game. It just happens.
It just works.
It just works.
Well, I think here's a good spot to stop for now. I think, for one, this was a really fun time.
Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself.
Are you enjoying yourself, Gramp?
Yeah, it's chill.
It's chill? He says, tapping into Elden Ring.
I mean, this is my zen now.
This is your zen? You're in the zone?
Anything less than this is torture, I guess.
You need this much amount of stimulation to get the job done. But all right. I guess thank you everyone for watching. If you're new to this channel, please consider giving me a follow here at twitch.tv/wildwesson. Otherwise, you can follow me on YouTube, Twitter, Blue Sky, and TikTok. Just look for me at WildWesson. You'll more than likely find me there. And if you want to join my Discord, you can type !Discord in my Twitch chat right now and click the invite link that the Automod posts. Till then, I'm going to raid Dorney, I think. She's streaming Metal Gear Solid, which is a game that I plan to play in the future, so I probably shouldn't look at that. But then again, I think everyone knows what a Metal Gear Solid is, so until then, thanks everyone for watching. Have yourselves a pleasant evening, afternoon, morning, whatever time it is, wherever it is you are, whenever it is you are. We deeply appreciate you for staying and watching. Please take care of yourselves, and that's it from us. Bye!
Have a good night.